So the aim of Chess Fest is to show that chess is something for everyone, something for all the family, children as well as adults. But on Sunday, we're going to have an extravaganza at Trafalgar Square. We're taking over the square, and my thanks to the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, for giving it to me. I have to say it's quite a coup for the charity, and we'll have over 1,000 people in the square playing giant chess. We have 32 actors on a giant chessboard who'll be recreating the Immortal game. Now, the Immortal game was the greatest game of chess ever played back in 1851. It was played, in fact, we think, just down the road at Simpson's in the Strand. And the actors will be playing these moves on a giant board, relayed to screens for people, and will also be playing a special game, which we've created just especially for Chess Fest, which portrays the theme of Chess Fest, which is Alice Through the Looking Glass.
And it's a checkmate!
Okay, Dom, you've got to move quickly. The rook goes in the middle. How do you think you're doing?
Not so well.
Hello, Woody Harrelson here in upstate New York. I'm filming White House Plumbers with Justin Theroux and England's own Lena Headley, who plays my wife. I'm not going to say anything more about that because I hate shameless promotion, but let me just say welcome to Chess Fest at Trafalgar Square. My first move is very unpredictable, E4.
So one of the ideas behind Chess Fest is that it's replicable. You can have a Chess Fest anywhere, and there is, in fact, while we're in Trafalgar Square, another Chess Fest going on in Liverpool. And one of the activities that we'll be doing is playing children from Trafalgar Square against children from Liverpool via the internet on an internet chess website called Lee Chess, and that should be an interesting match. I'm hoping that that will inspire other cities to do a Chess Fest next year, say. We're also having a match between Tani Adewumi, who is a Nigerian chess prodigy who lives in New York, and Shreyas Royal, who is the UK's #1 chess prodigy.
I'm Shreyas, I'm 12 years old, and I am the top under 16 from the UK. On the 18th of July, I will be playing in Trafalgar Square against Tani from the USA.
What have you been learning here?
Well, how to checkmate with a rook and a king.
So here we are in the historic and beautiful Manchester Square Garden in the centre of London, right by the Wallace Collection Museum, for the first day of Chess Fest, which is a new event created by the charity Chess in Schools and Communities, which I founded back in 2009 that teaches chess to children all around the country in state schools. So day one of Chess Fest sees over 100 children coming from all over the UK, from York, from Leeds, from Middlesbrough, even Bristol, for a day of chess in this wonderful, beautiful garden. We have the most incredible weather. We've got giant chess sets so they can play in a giant way and make giant moves. We've got normal-sized chess sets that you can see behind me and to my right, where they're playing tournament games, and they've also had a chess lesson. Later on, they're going to get a chance to play a real grandmaster.
Hello, we're Mill Lane Primary. We're from Stockton-on-Tees. On Teesside, we've brought 5 children. We've had a very long day so far, but it's been wonderful. So well organised, lots for the children to see, lots for the children to do. It's their first outing this year, and it's lovely to see other children as well, enjoying the competition and mixing together beautifully.
So we're from Hampton Gurney.
I am 10 years old.
And we've been having a great time so far.
And I am the top under 16 from the UK.
Be playing a special game which we've created just especially for Chess Fest, which portrays the theme of Chess Fest, which is Alice Through the Looking Glass. And in Alice Through the Looking Glass, of course, Alice marches her way down the chessboard to become a queen. And we have some actors here dressed up in Alice costume, and we'll have 32 of them in Trafalgar Square. But this game of chess that we've especially composed will see Alice starting out as a pawn, promoting, as we know, in chess to a new queen.
So the kids benefit from this event because they do chess in school, and it's really good to have opportunities to play chess against other children and learn from people that are really skilled in chess.
It's a golden ticket!
Now, 43 teams from 31 countries competing in an online chess contest spanning the globe. The difference, all of the players are behind bars. 4 of them are in Wandsworth Prison, one of the largest jails in England and Wales, and one of 9 now running chess clubs. Advocates claim that taking part in the game can play a role in rehabilitating inmates for life outside, as well as providing a way out of an often violent prison culture. Our Home Affairs correspondent, Andy Davis, has this report.
When you enter a prison like Wandsworth and its immense echoing central hall, there are many sounds you expect to hear, but not this. And the intense quiet which follows. We join a game between cellmates.
So tactically, how are you approaching this?
Well, the very basic is just to try to take over the center, which is at these 4 squares. And once you control the 4 squares, you pretty much control the game. A lot like football.
Teaching them are Peter Sullivan and Malcolm Payne, the England chess team manager whose charity now runs chess clubs in 9 prisons.
I asked a few psychologists before, when I first had the idea of prison chess, I was sort of thinking, well, you know, how will it work? What will be the benefits? And indeed, I remember very clearly what one of them said, which was that distraction is an excellent idea. If a prisoner can forget where they are for even just a few minutes, then that will, you know, that will be beneficial. I think, though, that genuinely what learning chess in prison does, and a lot of people here in the club have learned chess in prison, is giving them a life skill, something they can do on the outside, something that will help them integrate when they're released.
Check.
Knight C3.
Knight C3, exactly. That's what I play in this position. That's what I play.
Chess as a means to help reduce reoffending is gaining more support, seemingly, in many a criminal justice system.
You got to castle your king.
In October, for the first time, the Ministry of Justice allowed England's prison chess team restricted internet access to compete in the first ever World Prison Online Championship. Prisoners in Wandsworth made a film about it. 4 of them competed. England came 7th out of 31 countries.
Do you see this as a form of rehabilitation, or is it just a means to relieve the boredom of being in prison?
Oh, 100%. It is a form of rehabilitation. One thing it teaches you, for instance, is that to think before you make a move. And I think it's quite applicable in life to always think before you do something. And I feel like in prison in particular, there's a lot of people that lacked that ability, which pretty much landed them in prison to begin with, you know.
Including yourself?
Including myself, unfortunately to say.
The wing will have now tables, actually, you know, It is quite nice because you get like 2 people playing and 5 people just watching around, you know, trying to provoke each other, who is going to win, who is better. So it is quite fun. It is something new, and it's quite rehabilitating, I would say.
In what way?
Intellectual way. So you challenge yourself intellectually. Your brain works.
Here, the prison officer who helped start this weekly club plays triumphant prisoner.
Checkmate, officer. Oh.
That's all right, it's done.
What's that, 3 times?
There's only one way.
3 times.
So how long have you both been playing chess?
About a year for me.
About 6 months for me.
6 months. What impact does it have on the wing? I mean, what are the benefits, do you think?
It's a welcome distraction for them, and it's a way for them to concentrate and actually build relationships with each other. I mean,
and with you as staff,
and with staff as well, yeah. And the most interesting part is that you can have an old Russian guy, you know, from one wing who's never spoken to a black boy from South London who's on the other side before, but they can play a game of chess. That's quite interesting. I like that part. Yeah.
2 different worlds meet.
Yeah.
It is impressive, but it is just one scheme. We weren't allowed to film on the wings in the prison. To help assess this in the context of what many consider a wider prison system in crisis, creaking under the strain of overcrowding, violence, the pandemic, and inadequate access to rehabilitation programs.
This chess club, you know, looks great, but it isn't the reality across the prison system that there remain glaring deficiencies in terms of prisoners getting adequate access to rehabilitation programs.
There are lots of different ways of offering rehabilitation programs in the prison service, and what we try and do is adapt the rehabilitation to the prisoner's different needs. In a prison where most people stay short-term like Wandsworth, we try to offer activities that people can learn quickly and that they can take with them to another prison or that they can take outside with them.
See, you rushed me into it. You rushed me into it.
Sorry about that.
It is a cheerful club, said one observer recently in an often cheerless place. Cheap too say its proponents clearly passionate about the value of chess in a setting like this, and quietly it seems, with each move, winning admirers.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
After you leave prison, will you carry on playing?
Oh, that's 100%. I'm already thinking that I will always, at this point on out, I have some chess set. That's one of the first things I'm going to do, is get myself a nice chess set. I think this will follow me for the rest of my life.
That report.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Malcolm.
So this is the last chess lesson of turn.
I like chess because it helps you do maths better, like coordinates, and it makes you concentrate more.
It's like really fun to play it, and it calms you down when you're in like an angry mood.
It like gets you ready and it puts you into the right mood for like doing lessons.
One of the lovely things about doing chess in the classroom is that children are learning through play, which makes it so much more fun. It doesn't feel like an ordinary lesson, it's something children look forward to. It helps them to learn how to concentrate, how to think a little bit strategically, think logically, and we hope that it turns them into more rounded and ultimately, of course, employable individuals.
Just get a board in pieces and learn how to play.
Just practice and see if you can do it.
Finally did track down the
the prize fund for this tournament, it's big.
Is it? I didn't actually
Yes.
check. You're gonna.
I will
Okay.
fill you in, and you will
Okay.
you will go like, ah.
Okay.
And
Good.
yeah, final round of the elite section today, round 8 of 9 in the open, which we'll also pay some attention to at least. And we'll start with the elite section for now, of course. I'm Peter Svidler. With me is Lawrence Trent, and we salute you going into this very, very exciting final round. And the story is as follows. Gawain Jones has been leading since round 2. He began by a perfect 2 out of 2 and has made 4 draws since then.
Right.
And has not been caught up to
No.
by the field, although they did have opportunities, including Shahryar Mamedjarov having a completely winning position against him specifically a couple of rounds ago. But with some very dramatic events happening towards the end of yesterday, we now have a 3-way tie for second, and not the 3-way tie we were expecting, with Mickey Adams winning a very, very long game against Shahryar Mamedjarov, for the first 2/3 of which he was struggling to maintain balance. He was doing it really, really well, but there seemed to be 0 winning chances for him. And then Shahryar, who really badly needed to win that game because of the tournament situation and the fact that he is Shahryar Mamedjarov and he doesn't really do things by halves, he overpressed and suddenly was much worse and did not manage to save the game from there. And that segues nicely into the pairings of the day, which look as follows. Our leader is playing white against Ju and Jun. There is a game between Michael Adams and Andrew Hong, which is very exciting for Mickey now that he's on +1 and playing against somebody who's not had a poor tournament, but who he still outrates by about 100 points and out-experiences by about 40 years, it feels, not 40, 30.
Certainly.
30. Then there's a game between Shreyas Royal and Shahryar Mamedjarov, which would have been very important, but Shah is now on 50%, and even a win probably doesn't get him to top spots. And then there is a clash of 2 people on +1. Vidit Gujarati playing white against Nikita Vichigov. Both of those guys half a point off the lead. We were discussing this off air a little bit. How do you think this will pan out? The first question, of course, the most important question is, if Gawain wins today, he wins the tournament outright.
Correct.
He is white against Ju and Jun.
Correct.
How hard does he go?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, I've known Gawain obviously all my life, and Gawain, I think in this position, I don't see him shying away from really going for it. I don't think he's going to suddenly change his style and be conservative. He's got wide. He's going to play something where he's probably going to not go over the top and do something crazy risky. He's going to look for something that he can work with that isn't totally dry. But if it ends up being a case where he can see that, you know, he hasn't really got much, I don't then see him going all out to try and win.
Yeah,
because
it makes sense for him to keep things under control,
Yes.
because draw secures him a playoff.
Yes.
Might even not be a playoff,
Might
because none of the 3 people on +1 are guaranteed to win by any
Absolutely.
stretch. Mickey, I guess, is the likeliest because he's white against Andrew, and he does start as a bit of a favorite in the game between Vidit and Nikita. It's very difficult to pick who is the favorite, and both of them badly need a win, but it often leads to these strange situations where 2 very strong players both need a win. It could be a wild game, or it could be something quite restrained with kind of waiting for the other player to blink. You know, you play something solid and you think the other guy will eventually bluff, and the other guy thinks exactly the same, and you end up with a correctly played game. But yeah, for Gawain, obviously, it's nice to take it completely out of other people's hands and not to have to depend on other results. But it doesn't doesn't always go that way. And we already have moves coming in, so perhaps we can start discussing more concrete things. This is the game between Gawain and Ju, where he opted for, yeah, well, let's not call it anything just yet. It could be like 4 different openings from here. He's already played this once in this tournament with the white pieces against Vidit.
Yes.
Where Machine was saying he didn't quite equalize even with white pieces. Maybe there was a small moment in the mid-game where the engine was actually giving black a small plus. But obviously, if he does exactly the same, he will have some kind of an improvement in mind. That game continued e6, c4, d4, e3, knight c6, d3, and he played this move h7, h6, which is quite clever and has become a very topical option here, not committing the bishop on f8 to any square just yet and making a very useful waiting move, which also rules out bishop g5 for the future and knight g5, but mainly bishop g5. We had this conversation on air. So e6 hasn't been played yet, and if e6, of course, white has other options apart from the reti. d2, d4 is a move. You could also just decide to play the King's Indian attack, which would be a bit of an all-in choice, because those positions, in particular, if black allows all the sort of main lines here after castles, just allows you to play e5, and then goes for those plans with counterattacks on the queen side. Those positions are very difficult to simplify. You could just give mate on the king side sometimes, but if you don't, they become strategically very complicated, and yeah, they are maybe not what you want if your aim is to have control for the entirety of the rest of the game. She's gone g6, which is obviously another pretty solid option here. I think people mainly play d4 here. There was a game in this tournament which went for this line. That was Vidit against Mickey, right?
Yes.
Knight b3, and Mickey played castles, knight c3, e6, e4, knight c6. Vidit was completely winning in that game at some point. Not out of the opening, but he was very much in control at some point. But of course, there are other options. After knight b3, as we mentioned on air, you can include knight c6 so that the same kind of play allows black to play d5, d4. That's, I guess, is the most crucial immediate deviation here, because we give ourselves this option and it's an important option. But Gawain decides not to do any of that, goes c2, c4. Now we can still play reti-type structures with d5, d4, or we can say English opening is fine, or occasionally symmetrical Grunfeld might occur here, like knight c3. We can play castles, we can play knight c6, we can play knight c7 maybe in some cases even. Yeah, c4, bishop g7 so far. Jew is sticking to this plan. This is, in terms of keeping control for white, this is perfect.
Yes.
You pretty much never lose control here with white. You generally don't get very much compared to like the upsides and the downsides of, let's say, King's Indian attack. Both the upsides and the downsides are very much reduced. But you are kind of calling the shots here. You are going to be dictating the action as white. So I guess Gawain is not at all unhappy about this. Let's take a look elsewhere.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Mickey going for funkier stuff than usual, I guess. I played this a little bit myself. This is an attempt to play a Sicilian in a way that I think would look incredibly strange to the previous generations, because Queen takes d4 has existed forever, of course, but people played it with the intention of playing bishop b5, taking on c6. I did this myself against Garry Kasparov once. I was beaten like a drum. And then you castled queen side, and you pretended you had some attack on the king side or something in the center. And black had a very healthy position to bishops. You really, I mean, it's not unplayable, but it's not great either. And now there's this new idea of, I think it wouldn't be unfair to describe it as playing a very topical line of the English opening with colors reversed and an extra tempo. And for this, I need to make some moves on the board, which will look a bit strange at first. Arguably the most central line of the English these days, the line that gets discussed a lot at the top level, was seen in the World Championship matches and all that, is this line, bishop g2 and bishop c5. And the plan for black here, if white doesn't take on d5 at some point, very often involves playing h6, knight f6, the queen comes out to e7. And you get this kind of a setup, like, let's make some moves. So castles, castles, let's say we go d3, they play h6, we still don't take on d5, we play it on bishop d2, knight f6, we play rook c1, black plays queen e7. This is, I think, universally considered to be very fine for black. There are currently sort of general understanding among the population of top-level tournaments is that this is very healthy for black. And what Mickey is trying to get in the game, let's say we play bishop g7, white plays h3, black plays castles, we play castles, black plays, I don't know, bishop d7, we play queen e2. So if we take a look at this, and then we take a look at this, this is sort of the same position with colors reversed. This is not to say this gives white any kind of particular advantage, because we are playing a kind of an approach which doesn't really aim to put a lot of pressure immediately, but it's a very playable position in which there will be much less theory, because I think these days Mickey is not really much in favor of the idea of comparing notes with somebody 30 years his junior. Those people work on chess non-stop. In my experience, I'm very much in the same boat. And you would much rather just play a game of chess against them. And this is, I think, very much the aim here. Bishop g7, h3 played as expected, because you do at some point have to rule out both knight g4 and bishop g4. Castles, castles, I'm expecting to happen. And then black has a variety of options. Bishop d7 is not stupid. Bishop b6 sometimes is playable. You can sometimes even play queen b6, although maybe not in these particular positions. So Andrew, if he hasn't looked at this recently, will have to start choosing between very kind of different options by move 10. Interesting position to have in the last round, and I think sort of exactly what Mickey would have wanted. In the game between
Wowzers. Here we go. Now we're talking.
I'm actually a little bit sad about that. But also this is going to be fun. This was a Grunfeld in which Shreyas played...
Have you ever played the Grunfeld, just out of interest? Is it an
once or twice, yes.
You play this
yes.
in a real game?
But not this line. This line is extremely fresh.
For all of you who don't know, that's an inside joke. If you're not aware, Peter is probably the world's leading authority on this opening.
Maybe not anymore, but definitely
certainly,
in the conversation.
Certainly have been. And Peter has got probably one of the most complete and comprehensive video series ever made on this
I'm actually
opening.
not ashamed of that course.
It's a great course.
Yeah, but in the course I give bishop g7 in this position, which is a line I sort of I invented it myself, and that was in the very early 90s, where I had no computer, let alone internet. And later it turned out that, of course, as with many things in life, it's very difficult to invent something nobody played on move 4. Obviously, a lot of people played this move as a blunder because it does give up a pawn on d5. But some people have played it as a sacrifice before I did, but I wasn't aware, so I'm still kind of claiming some credit. And I was at the forefront of popularizing this line. These days it's become even crazier than it used to be, because I, of course, played it with the intention of playing c6. And these days they play c7, c5 in this position, which is kind of insane, giving up a second pawn and just going all out to destroy white's center.
You used to be able to give up a second pawn in the other line as well, didn't you? I'm sure I did.
Which other line?
In c6.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, there as well. There are definitely some lines where you're down a lot of material.
I followed you. I remember when you played bishop g7.
Yeah, I kind of gave up on this because positions after e2, e4 became less fun at some point. d6 is not really a problem. e4, and then after cd5, bishop e5 check, or e5. I kind of stopped liking those positions. They're not much worse, but they kind of stopped providing me with enough fun. And I switched to other things. But this is extremely newfangled and extremely interesting line, which has, I think, as with many, many things in the Grunfeld, you have to thank or blame Daniel Dubov for this. For instance, I've been playing Grunfeld for about 25 years before he just played c7, c5 in this position. And I thought, how has it never occurred to me in all the years of me playing this opening and studying this opening and kind of waking and going to sleep with this opening, and it never occurred to me that you can do this gambit from this side as well. So he is a very, very kind of interesting independent thinker on all things theoretical. And I think this idea of bishop h4, g5 is also a Dubov idea.
Can I tell you my Taimanov story about this variation?
Go ahead.
Because I think this variation with bishop g5, if you go back to the position after 4 bishop g5, I think it was first popularized by Taimanov, right? Because he beat He beat Palmer. He beat someone in an interzonal or in a match.
Very possible, yeah.
I think it was Palmer. And I'm trying to remember how it used to go, but it used to go knight e4, bishop h4.
Well, people used to take on c3
and then take on
play
c3. So that's
yeah.
right, c5.
CD5 and E3 or E3 immediately.
That's right. And then, how did it go? How did the queens come off here?
Well, sort of the main line here seems to be queen f3. Yeah,
that's right. And so in this position, I didn't want. So I had to play time on off in a simultaneous, something like I don't know 1970 or 71 or something in Liverpool. Because the Russians used to go to the Hastings tournament, and then they'd go on a British tour of doing simultaneouses. And so I think Bill Hartston's book on the Grunfeld had come out, and I'd read it from cover to cover.
Okay.
And so I thought, okay, I'm going to take Mr. Taimanov on in his favorite variation.
Okay.
And so if you go back a couple of moves.
Okay.
So I think the game went something like, I'm trying to remember how I managed to do it. So it went c5. That's right. I went c5. You've got to remember, I don't know, I'm 11 or 12 or something like this. And he took on d5.
Okay.
I went queen takes, and this is still theory.
Okay.
And he went e3.
Yes.
And I think the way that he beat Palmer was c takes d4, queen takes d4.
Yes, that also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and this ending without computers in the 1970s.
It's annoying against somebody who is also an adult against you as a child is not great.
And I think they'd actually found, I think even by the time Bill Harston wrote his book, that e6 and bishop e7 was the way to try and neutralize it.
Yeah,
but I think it's still annoying, even now.
The
The computers have found, but in those days we thought it was equal because we didn't know. But if you go back a couple of moves, you can imagine this anti-climax. I went c takes d4, and Taimanov, without thinking, went e takes d4.
Oh, betrayal, but it's also a bishop, yeah?
So I went queen e4 check and took his bishop.
This is a kind of a betrayal we can kind of get behind.
What is this a betrayal of? The opening or the Soviet chess school? What is
betrayal of the hopes of showing your prep.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean,
you did win from here, I'm assuming.
I won from here, and I geared myself up, analysing this endgame with bishop e7 and all the rest of it. Anyway, he managed to equalise the score against the Payne family by beating my father. But we ended up 1-1.
Yeah, I will never equalise the score against the Payne family. I'm just 0-1 down to Malcolm, and it will never be avenged. Very regrettable.
So
I am curious about the position on the board, though, after g5 and h5.
Supposedly the main line here is knight takes e4. Gh doesn't quite equalize, so you're supposed to go for this pawn sacrifice.
Your mic's off, I think.
It gets very crazy from here.
Oh, there we go.
I don't want to go into too much detail because, first of all, this has already not happened, and secondly, I don't want to go into too much detail. But yeah, this is a fun position to analyze.
c5,
Yeah, c5 against any move, pretty much. Or after queen a4 check, weirdly, you go b5.
Wow.
Yeah, queen takes b5, c6, and game continues. There's even been games, I'm not really giving away much protected information, but I had occasion to look at this recently, and found it quite an exciting new wrinkle.
I suppose one of the points is that if the queen and the b pawn disappear, then if white goes e3, he loses the bishop on to a queen a5 check. This is one of the tricks.
Yeah, that's probably one of, we might have some tactics like this. But yeah, let's not get too much into it. A bit of a quiz for two of you fine gentlemen. What does black play against knight takes d5 here?
Is this a quiz?
Yes, it's already started.
Knight takes d5?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously the obvious move is h4, but then... the c7's hanging now, goodness me.
Well, I mean, we don't mind that because we can go bishop b4 check on the rebound. So what, do we go e6?
Yep.
e6 is cute.
It is pretty...
Nice.
Yeah, it basically just wins on the spot for black, because if you go knight c7, we go queen c7, and we go bishop b4 check.
That's
95 is completely unplayable. And because of this tactic, bishop g3, the engine severely disagrees with this.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And from here, it starts, it gets very... White is not worse here yet, of course, so it's very difficult to be worse by move 6 in any opening. Not impossible, but very difficult. But if Shreyas doesn't know, and his timing does suggest that he played bishop g3 because he thought, Shah is just having fun, and why think about moves? Because bishop g3 is completely solid, and black will eventually have to start trading something. If he is trying to navigate this by himself,
Nightmare.
He's not going to have a particularly fun time.
Nightmare.
Because, like you have to play something like Queen D3, and you get some kinds of positions like this where your bishop continues to be in trouble. And
You're trying to inhibit F6,
Sorry,
basically.
can you not go? Can you not go F6 there?
Somehow you can't. Queen D7.
So
and
it's at least a draw, yeah?
It goes G3 and bishop
G3.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you get here, it's findable. But also, I guess the Queen F5 check might just be a draw. And Shah also will never play F6 because
Right.
Shah knows.
Yes,
I mean, if this position appears on the board, Shah knows F6 is unplayable. But yeah, Shah is. We were discussing this yesterday in terms of like how offbeat and how hard will he go from the opening. Grunfeld would not have been my choice, frankly, in the game. But I guess maybe on some level, the fact that he lost that game yesterday to Mickey makes it much less necessary for him to go absolutely crazy in every single way, because obviously he will jump at the opportunity to go for something like what he's gone for, but he's not really in contention to win the tournament anymore. So if today doesn't happen, if Shreyas decides for the first time in the tournament to play something ultra solid, Grunfeld is not really a very good fighting weapon against ultra solid. There are some lines which kind of make the game disappear.
Like Rook B1 or something?
No, I think these days specifically what people do when they want to play against the Grunfeld and they don't really want to play a game is this. This is the absolute, Bishop B5 check.
Bishop B5
Bishop
very
B5
dull.
check is the mind
Yeah.
killer, yeah.
Yeah. But you can go castles instead of C5.
If you go castles instead of C5, you don't equalize because compared to some other lines, you will not be in time. I'm trying
Really?
to.
I thought you just could.
No, I'm pretty sure now after Bishop B2, C5 castles, you're just a tempo short. You don't equalize. You need to force Rook B1. Yeah. Like this doesn't really work. The point being that after Bishop G4, Bishop B3, I will play D4, D5 against any Knight C6. You just don't get the positions you want.
But I thought there was some crucial. Maybe it's being analyzed by the computers. But I thought you go take Knight C6 and give up the exchange, and it's equal. No.
Not here, I don't think.
Oh, I thought this was equal.
Pretty sure this is not here. There are some positions like this which work out. This one I don't think does at all. I think this is borderline unplayable.
I better have a look at that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I'm learning.
So people, when you absolutely need the draw against the Grunfeld, this is what you do. And there's been some kind of very notable examples. For instance, I was in the Baku World Cup in 2023. I was playing my second round game alongside the game in the match between Alexei Sarana and Wesley So, in which Wesley lost with the white pieces in the first round. I didn't because, and we faced this position at the same time. And I was kind of looking at what Wesley will do because Wesley kind of needs to play for a win, and I didn't really need to play for a win, but I was playing against Nijat Abbasov, and I thought, maybe getting a game is a good thing. And Wesley just blitzed out the entire theory after Knight C6 and agreed to draw on move 17 and just thought, okay, I'll go back home to my cats. And it was
He just didn't want to fight at all.
Yeah, he just thought, okay, I don't really care. It's fine. Like he played Bishop B5 check. The game is over.
It's probably worth explaining to people why it is so dull. I mean, white takes on C6
Yeah, you
and
do.
black really struggles.
You play
doesn't it, to do
castles,
anything.
and specifically in this position, they found this move Queen C2, after which
preventing Bishop,
preventing
making Bishop
the pin,
G4, yeah.
And you're kind of supposed to go for this line after CD4, Bishop G4, Knight E5, Queen takes D4, Bishop B2, Queen B4. Sorry, not Queen C4, of course. Queen B4, Rook AB1, you have to take on E5, now regrettably play something like Queen A5. And it's a draw, but it's a very pleasant draw for white, and white even occasionally wins these games. For instance, Daniel Dubov beat Anish Giri somewhat recently on the white side of this by introducing some novelty around move 20. And then if you don't know what's happening, it's still 0-0-0 if you play perfectly. But it's a kind of a position which is difficult to play perfectly, and you often just kind of mix something up and get mated. So yeah, Bishop B5 check is sort of the way to go if you need to make a draw against Grunfeld. But of course, if Shreyas continues, and once again, we salute him for this. I'm very much enjoying the spirit in which he's playing this tournament. But if he does something like this against Shah, of course, Shah is incredibly interested in creating mayhem, and mayhem is what we're getting. And yeah, I think he's gone takes, and H4.
Yes.
And now Black, I think, once again blows something up in the center. You can play C5 immediately. Maybe you can even play Bishop
I think he played E5.
Oh, he played E5.
I think he played E5.
E5?
Well, I mean, Bishop B4 check is a
coming,
strong threat. The engine actually thinks c5 was stronger and says here white isn't really doing all that poorly, but it's not a very deep engine. Maybe if you go deeper, the engine will actually start saying other things.
Well, it's worth pointing out which way the king is going to run.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the thing is, we have some threats of our own here, so we're not entirely helpless.
But I mean, Shaq must have looked at this in some depth.
You have to assume Shaq knows, because
he'll be licking his lips.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, yeah.
This
is the dream.
Although, currently, and once again, I have to restate that this is the on-site engine, which doesn't go very deep. You have to leave it running for, I don't know, half an hour. But currently if you play a3, and you do play a3,
oh my
you haven't
goodness.
seen this, then maybe it's a very good semi-bluff. Yeah, now black is just in control because he takes d4, bishop e5, you play rook h6. You can't take with the bishop, you have to take with the queen, and yeah, this
knight
is...
c6 or something.
Yeah, g4, because h takes g5 was a threat, and then you go knight c6, bishop e6. I mean, it's not like it's probably survivable with black because it's quite, with white, I mean, it's quite solid, but black is going to enjoy this. Fun game, but we should probably take a look at some other ones because we've been doing this for 20 minutes.
Well, since you're not talking about the Grunfeld anymore, but there aren't any other Grunfelds, are there?
No.
I don't think so.
Well, I'll leave you to it then. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Malcolm.
Yeah, thanks for Malcolm.
wow.
Too. Yeah, Malcolm taught me something about the Grunfeld today, and hopefully I did show some things in response. But yeah, that Taimanov story, there's a specific reason for me to enjoy this Taimanov story particularly, and enjoy it I did. Scooch.
All right. Well, we've got...
yeah, and this is the Vidit-Vichugov game, which is, it looks like a very kind of a strange off-bit position, but I'm pretty sure this is still very much theory. This comes from this very fashionable way of playing with white, which a lot of people do these days, myself included, where white just goes knight f3, e3, b3, and then goes from there. And this is maybe the most obvious setup in response, where you play all the most natural moves. You're supposed to develop the knights first before bishops, and you develop them towards the center. And of course, you are very much intending to play d5, d4 here next move, which is why white takes. Bishop d5 exists. Bishop b5 exists here, but it's a separate topic. If you play bishop e2, it does give black a chance to play d5, d4, e4, c4, and white plays bishop b5 now. And as far as I remember, I've never really looked at this seriously, but as far as I remember, these days, I don't think black even this is not what I was looking for. No, I was going to say black doesn't actually try to defend the pawn on d4, but that's not true. The main move by far is the move you would think. Bishop c5, which develops an additional piece and also protects the pawn on d4 for the time being. Black is actually doing quite well here in terms of statistics. This is supposed to be a very comfortable position, but Vidit is, although not playing instantly, you would assume Vidit is very much aware of what's going on and has some ideas somewhere. So, coming back to the current state of the tournament, apart from our kind of, in a way, main attraction, we are, I think, going to have a very fun round. And I say this because there's been a lot of developments in Gawain's game.
Okay.
It went after c4, bishop g7, Gawain played cd5 and knight c3, drew castled, queen d5, knight d5, queen d5. The fashionable way of playing this position involves playing d2, d4 here with the idea of playing cd4, bishop e3.
Wow.
This is by far the main move these days. Supposed to be a draw if you play very precisely, but you do actually have to pay a lot of attention here with black because the pawn on d4 is about to disappear, and you have to know exactly what you're doing. People used to play queen b5, knight takes d4, queen takes b2, but then white found this very strange-looking move, bishop d5, and this is genuinely problematic. Like, you need to be, by this point, you need to be extremely precise to be okay. So these days, people do other things. But Gawain instead goes for some incredibly old-school theory. He's gone d3, knight c6, bishop e3, and interestingly, Juvenjun, still absolutely without thinking, has gone for the line which I think is less popular these days. But I have a feeling I actually give this in my course, which makes me feel vaguely proud, because I think most people play bishop d7 here, preparing for the threat of knight f3, d4, because then your pawns on c6 don't get doubled. And the line continues. We go here, white goes rook c1, black plays specifically queen e6 because it's better to trade the pawn on a2 for the pawn on c5 rather than the pawn on b2. Rook c5, pin takes a2, rook b5, b6. There's over-under. How many things do you think? If I click on the database tab here, name the number.
Of games?
From here, yeah. Specifically from here.
What database are you using? On online?
Yeah, just this one, yeah.
26.
I'll go with 170. And I think I'm winning. I'm just wondering if I can get as close as possible. I know I'm winning.
Depends on the database.
I lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay. I'm pretty, yeah, this is broken. I'm claiming this is rigged.
It's rigged.
Yeah, it's 40 on my screen, but I'm pretty sure it's more. This is really strange to me. This has been known, I think, since the 70s, maybe even earlier, that particular position. It's supposed to be equal, but it's very, very risk-free. And instead, Jew played bishop takes b2 and bishop g7 back.
Wow.
Which I think is not quite right. I think you're supposed to play bishop f6. I think this is actually not the most precise move because of queen a4. And I think my course after queen a4 gives this line queen d7, bishop c5, and now b7, b6 very specifically, with the idea of meeting bishop takes b6 with knight d4.
Wow.
And for some reason, I have a feeling the bishop is supposed to be on f6 because there will be a bunch of lines where having the pawn on e7 protected will be relevant. But as always is the case these days, if I haven't repeated something yesterday, I have only vague recollections of what I give about anything. And there's also the move knight d4. But after knight d4, black, I think, quite happily takes on a2, using the fact that if white takes on c6 twice, with the capture of the rook on a8, black has bishop h3, and black is instantly completely fine. This is a very well-known mechanic where you just trade the rook on a8 for the rook on f1, and you're completely fine. So yeah, Juvenjun is actually playing much faster than Gawain, when it was sort of Gawain's choice to pick a line. So she clearly has looked at this somewhat recently. You don't get here with no time spent without being pretty sure of your sources. Will be interesting to see how it continues, but honestly, this is such a heavily theoretical line, which also is so heavily kind of tilted towards forced equalities, that draw appears to be favored from here. In particular, if black knows exactly what she's doing and Gawain is doing some guesswork at least. In Mickey's game, we are now here. I am somewhat surprised to see bishop d3. I thought the idea generally was to put it on b3 in these types of positions, but in this particular case, the engine disagrees with me, and also Mickey is playing quickly enough to make me convinced he knows what he's doing. The most natural move is, I guess, bishop b6, but we go rook d1, where I guess we're just entirely unimpressed by knight c4, because queen e2 is playable, and there's also a choice of doing this. What do we think about all of these newfangled ways of kind of not playing the mainline Sicilians?
Well, you're asking a guy who's never properly played a mainline in his life, so I'm all for it. I
have a feeling in your games the pawn would have been on f4.
Not necessarily true. I mean, I've tried a lot of these systems with queen takes d4 as well. Look, I think, you know, a lot of players, as you said, especially if we take somebody like Mickey, who's in, you know, let's call it the latter stages of his career, he doesn't want to spend 5 hours a day trying to find a wrinkle in a mainline knight or for move 25. He doesn't really have the energy. He doesn't have the desire, frankly speaking, to do that. He doesn't have that hunger anymore. So he needs to find ways where he can get interesting, unbalanced positions, and he gets those via offbeat lines.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you said, like wholeheartedly. That wasn't really the question. That I mean, this is self-evident.
Yes.
I'm more asking you, like, when you look at this setup with white.
Yes.
Does it feel to you like it could give anything at all?
Yes. I mean, no, but well, I don't know what setups give white in general. I mean, I just think it's a position which can be played, and
this wasn't a gotcha.
No.
I wasn't trying to trap you into some kind of a wrong answer. My point is, I think even maybe 5 years ago, definitely 10, and absolutely certainly 30 years ago. I mean, 30 years ago, if you showed me this position with black to move, I would say we have failed to equalize with white.
Right.
Because we've done some, weird collection of moves. We challenged nothing in the center. We are not trying to give mate against the dragon. Black is just playing a very classical-looking dragon, and we're doing this like weird, licorice all sorts. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. And I was kind of conditioned to think that if you don't challenge the Sicilian in a proper fashion, not only you have abandoned any fight for advantage, you are already on the back foot. But what I think the recent years have taught all of us, if you at any point had occasion to look at these positions, is that yes, white isn't better here, but that's against good play. If black autopilots for the next 3 moves, you absolutely are fighting for an advantage. This is not harmless. All of these things make sense, and all of these things actually are not an abandonment of all hope. It very much is, as you said, a way not to study 25 moves of theory in like bishop g5 poison pawn or English attacks or what have you, which is something Mickey would have played. Like I played English attacks on the black side of the Najdorf against him for years in the late 90s, and he was a very dangerous opponent in those positions. He was scary. But he doesn't want to do it anymore, and I very much understand that, and I'm very on board with this as somebody who also doesn't do it anymore with white, even when I get these types of structures. But what I wanted to talk about more is that this is quite venomous. And you do have to play well in response with black, which I think would have shocked a young me. A young me would assume that like any move here, any piece, any square, as they say, and you're completely fine, which is just not true at all.
Yeah, things have changed, and really we're starting to understand that slightly unorthodox setups are not just playable, but as Peter said, have some venom. So
Bishop e6 chosen by Andrew.
Which is why, of course, for all of you guys out there looking for an opening, look no further than my own courses available on a number of platforms. Fill your boots. You want something offbeat, you want something interesting. Am I allowed to do that?
Yes, absolutely.
There's no rule. We didn't sign a contract where I can't plug my own courses, right?
I didn't, but...
And get Peter's courses, by the way, because if you want to learn real chess, get Peter's courses.
I mean, in the context of this conversation, don't get Peter's courses, because Peter's courses really do ask you to memorize some lines until move 31, at least in some positions. I do try to steer away from that, but if you play the Grunfeld and you don't want to be lost, in some lines, you will actually have to memorize quite a lot of stuff, regrettably. Moving swiftly on.
Yeah, swiftly.
Yeah, Shreyas, this is not the position. He played...
Yeah, let's have a look at this. How did this develop?
He played, but we are headed there. He played a3, and once again, if your opponent here is on 100, is on an hour and 30 and blitzing everything out, and you've not had the most fun event so far, you're probably never playing e3.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even call this a bluff from Shah. It's just, if you don't know and you already began thinking of 3 moves earlier and you are on 1 out of 6, as Shreyas is, it's a pretty healthy bet, I think, that e3 isn't coming. And
yes.
So yeah, e4 bishop e5 on the board. Rook h6 is the best move. And honestly, nothing else really feels particularly attractive. You would like to play something romantic like knight 6 bishop takes h8 and then something, I don't know, e4, e3. But you don't really have attackers. The problem is, white is completely undeveloped. The king seems kind of uncovered by pieces necessarily. But you also don't have a single threat, and e4, e3 will be met by, I don't know, knight f3, maybe even fe is okay, but knight f3 followed by something takes d4, and it's way too fancy. Those things kind of never work out in the modern age. And if you can't really give up the rook on h8, you are going to play rook h6. It just looks a lot more interesting than rook g8 because it has the entirety of the 6th rank to operate on. Curious that Shah isn't doing this instantly. This is, I think, the first move that Shah hasn't played instantly in this game.
I think probably Shah is out of book by now. I think he probably knew up to e5 and he knew it was good.
Yeah, maybe he knew some continuations in e5, e3, and he knew
Yeah.
e5, a3 is not a challenging
Yes.
move. And he didn't feel the need to like book up on there
Yes.
because you just know you're fine, so that's good enough for a player as good as he is.
I have a strong suspicion he's out of book. But he can't be unhappy because he's got an unbalanced position. Shreyas has spent already, well, actually, Shaka.
They're kind of level on the clock now, yeah.
Yeah, they've spent a lot of time.
In a way, one good thing Shreyas has done so far, I will say, is he was faced with an absolutely fresh new position he clearly has never seen before because his reaction very much indicates he's never seen it before. If you've ever spent 10 minutes looking at bishop h4, g5, you're just not playing bishop g3, you're playing knight takes e4. And he just, I think, told himself, one thing I will not do is tank for 40 minutes in the opening. Because I will probably not be able to work this out properly anyway. And it will just harm my chances in the middle and endgame afterwards, because I will be in severe time trouble still with solutions to find. So in that respect, I kind of like his approach, but yeah, these are not not the best moves in the reaction to Black's somewhat speculative idea. And Vidit against Nikita, bishop c5 did happen, queen e2 check, and bishop e6 also happened. These are still absolutely mainline moves in this position. And yeah, I think, and this is what is happening. Bishop takes e6, of course Nikita will recapture, and the move queen e2, e5 here does win the pawn, to which Black, I think, replies by simply giving it up and saying that you have a tremendous amount of, I think, fairly obvious positional compensation because you have two very strong bishops, the so-called Horowitz bishops. They normally are on d6 and b7, but d5 is not really any worse than b7 in this respect. And it seems like White probably has to allow you to even maybe take on f3, the current main line on my screen, and also I think, no, the most played move in this position is queen h4, and actually the only move played in this position in the 3 games which reached here is queen h4. The main line on my screen currently was knight a3, bishop takes f3, gf, where, yes, White is still a pawn up, and yes, currently Black doesn't really have the pieces to launch a direct attack against the White king side, but you're always going to have a healthy compensation for the pawn. But this is, I think, a good position for the final round for Vidit to have, because especially if he knows better and if he has refreshed it today, and Nikita probably hasn't. If Black doesn't play entirely precisely, let's say you imagine White getting knight c4 in, and then maybe king h1, rook g1, or the queens come off the board, or let's say if Nikita decides that he is worried enough about things happening here to go into this endgame, which is now equal material, but you are definitely preferring White here with bishop c5, bishop e3, smoking out the rook on d2, then you go rook c4, rook ac1. So you get, I guess, you hope to get a small edge, but a kind of a risk-free edge and push, which is what he wants today, for sure. This is all 4 positions. Where do we go?
Yeah, I was just checking because there is a delay with the transmission online. For anybody who has been watching online, there is a delay for fair play reasons. So I guess let's see where we're at with Gawain.
Yeah, let's go back to Gawain, who did play the move queen a4, as I mentioned. It's a much more critical move than knight d4 is. And I think you are supposed to play queen d7, because if you play queen d6 looks a lot more natural than queen d7. But then after knight d2, knight g5 as well, but I think knight d2 is more flexible because maybe sometimes you want to put it on c4 and not e4. It starts getting a bit tricky because protecting this pawn on c5 is becoming a very serious issue. It's just not always going to be possible. And if you play knight d4, which is the obvious counter argument, White just takes on d4 and then takes on d4 and then takes on b7. And these types of positions are genuinely very unpleasant, where you end up having to defend some endgame like this, where this is a gorgeous, gorgeous knight on c4 against this somewhat deadened bishop on g7, which really doesn't do very much. You're not going to lose it every single time, but you are going to lose it some percentage of the time for sure. These positions are, despite seemingly a symmetrical structure and no weaknesses for black, they are massively unpleasant. So you need to play queen d7, and yeah, this is where I'm trying to figure out why it's supposed to be on f6, because it's maybe on some level even a little bit counterintuitive. Because if you put it on f6, it seems like you're absolutely inviting the knight to arrive on the d4 square. But I think it just works out better move by move. And also Jun finally started thinking, maybe she did not expect queen a4. And if you suddenly have to work out all of these things at the board, this is not that easy. This is not that easy at all. And in particular because, and this I actually remember from the course, I just can't remember if the bishop absolutely has to be on f6. After bishop takes c5, you have to play b6 first. If you start with knight d4, this position is actually not entirely equal. After bishop takes d7, rook takes b7. Because e7 is hanging, the knight is positioned, I mean, somewhat awkwardly, not horribly, but somewhat awkwardly. So it's important to include this and only now play knight d4. Because in comparison, if you do exactly the same, e7 isn't hanging, rook takes b7 is not a legal move. We have actually solved a lot more of our problems by including those two. But yeah, if you don't know, she is perfectly capable of finding it, but it's a tricky little thing to have to work out over the board.
Agreed.
Good opening choice by Gawain.
Yeah, great opening.
I think a very decent kind of a wily choice there by the seasoned pro. There should be absolutely no risk involved with any of this, and there absolutely is for black if you are not precise. And I think it's pretty easy in this position to go slightly wrong and suddenly find yourself in a lot of trouble.
Yes, totally agree. Where to go?
Not a lot of developments elsewhere.
No.
I've been looking through the positions. In Michael's game, 2 moves were added. He played rook d1 as expected, and he is still playing. This is, I think, the first moment he began thinking. Rook d1, Mickey clearly still knew. Queen c8 was Andrew's choice, and now you finally have to choose a path. And interestingly, what they, I wouldn't say often, but what they sometimes do for sure here is this maneuver, queen g5 or queen f4. But in this particular case, you play queen g5 because it also gains you a tempo attacking this knight. And then you play queen h4. And you want to play bishop takes c4 and bishop h6 and kind of switch to a more classical approach to playing the dragon structures. So that's definitely one option. And the other one is sort of in exactly the opposite direction. You can play something like queen e1, knight c4, and maybe even b2, b3. And this is why you put it on c1, so that your knight on c3 was protected and you weren't worried about the knight jumps by the knight on c4. And then you play something like bishop b2, and you begin being quite happy about things because your idea of putting knight on g5 is beginning to solidify. These types of positions could genuinely be quite dangerous for black.
Absolutely. Because
we are about to play knight d5, and if we do get knight d5 in, Mickey has already won one very instructive game in the structure in this tournament against Shreyas, and he would be very happy to win too.
Yeah, you don't want to do this.
Yeah. So I guess after queen e1, you're supposed to do something else. Maybe you keep things somewhat more flexible by playing a6. And then the game could go in all kinds of interesting directions.
Here, knight d5?
Knight d5. Yeah, it's not obvious, but I guess there are some issues with this pawn on d5. And once again, compared to what Shreyas got in that game, we are going to land the knight on c4 here, most likely. But even this, like we play bishop f1, I think we're quite happy here with white. Maybe it's not a lot, but we're definitely enjoying ourselves, at least a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I like Queen E1. And also Queen E1 is very much a Mickey move.
It is. It is.
Keeping things sort of under tight control and preparing to slowly exert a grip on the position.
Agreed.
Shah is still thinking after bishop b5.
Yeah, he's totally out of book.
Yeah, but what's the choice? I'm just trying to figure out what is he burning time on? If it's not rook h6, like what are you supposed to play?
Well, he's looking at rook g8. Rook g8 does make some sense.
I don't know. I think I wanted on h6 any day of the week there. I don't know. I just like it to have more operating freedom.
Yeah, I think with the rook on h, I guess the thing is that he's always looks at h takes g5 at some moment gaining a tempo where he might, for example, I'm not saying that this is actually possible.
You want?
No, I wanted to show like after rook g8.
Ah, okay. Oops, sorry. Yeah, rook g8.
Yeah, the point is that White would never play h takes g5
No,
here.
I don't think hg5 is a move.
But
you're never allowing like this much freedom with like knight 6 coming in.
Yeah, you're
So
never allowed.
we go queen d4 anyway. I'm pretty sure we go queen d4.
Yeah, of course
regardless.
we go queen d4. And I guess what Shaq is just trying to work out is, after takes, knight c6, bishop c3, is the rook actually better positioned on g8 in some lines because of the traction down
But
the
it does
g4?
seem like we're playing g4 anyway. And if we're playing g4 anyway, I mean, maybe he thinks he wants to play
Yeah, he might want to go
G3.
g3, exactly.
Yeah. This actually is
Maybe.
this is a solid reason to at least consider it seriously.
Yes.
It's not great. I will stop cheating in a moment. Because we can start with something like bishop e2 and put some pressure on the h5 pawn.
But
And this might actually be a reason to put it on h6 so that you don't have to worry about these things.
Yeah, but that doesn't...
Maybe you, if you're
exactly.
in an optimistic frame of mind,
Yeah,
you do
exactly.
something like this. Yeah.
Exactly. This is a very human way of playing this position. So
Agreed, yeah.
I think that's what Shaq is trying to work
Agreed,
out.
yeah, this does seem plausible. Because we are, as established, we are probably never giving up that rook, and we're never making a move f7, f6 in our entire lives. Like, this is just not a thing. e4, e3, you could maybe spend 3 seconds on. But all the things I said earlier, like even with the king on f2, I am not a huge believer in this attack. Yeah, this is just not working. You can play bishop c5, but it doesn't generate nearly strong enough threats. I suspect I can even do something like this very simply, and you have given me one check, but I'm not going to suddenly.
But
feign.
in the Super Blitz tomorrow,
Yes,
that rook would be disappeared from the board.
you think he would have already sacrificed it in some way?
Yeah, I would be. I'd bash out knight c6 here with a big old grin and say, "And what, mate?"
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I'm getting too old to sacrifice rooks.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you would, but
Maybe I would.
It would actually kind of go the predictable way after that.
So I'm not. I was very bearish on Shreyas' chances, but I think he's chosen a line where I actually feel like he's not going to lose today now, suddenly.
It's possible, yeah. Interesting thing here is that we got to this position, which is actually a theoretical position, in a line that Vidit absolutely chose for himself today. None of this should be anything new to him. And he is now deep in thought, and it's actually Nikita who is sort of in control on the clock. It really doesn't feel like you can improve on castling here.
Yeah,
it's extremely difficult for me to imagine what would be a higher priority here than getting your king safe, unless you want to castle queenside. Unless the idea here, the fresh new idea that Vidit is trying to show, is something like knight c3, rook e8, long castle.
Goodness me.
Which is maybe not entirely ridiculous, because the pawn isn't on a4 yet.
Yet.
But it's several levels of magnitude riskier.
Of course.
Than anything we've shown after short castling. Also, another thing might be he wants to include knight c3, because he does want to provoke rook e8, and now we want to castle short, and bishop d5 isn't the move. That is something I could sort of believe, although I'm currently struggling to find a good reply to bishop g4, so I'm not sold on this idea. Yeah, because my threat is simply bishop takes f3, bishop takes h2, and queen takes d4.
Yikes.
And the knight on c3 is maybe a little bit in the way, actually. And if you have to play knight a4 here, you might actually get mated, like something like rook e4 followed by bishop takes f3 and rook takes rook h4 and things like that. You could be in trouble here. It's very easy for me to imagine you being in trouble here as white. I don't know. A bit curious to me that this is where he chooses to pause. Maybe queen h4 immediately? Okay. Maybe this, but I don't know.
Yeah, it feels as though Nikita is, perfectly within his comfort zone here.
Aware.
And he's
aware, and
he knows his stuff.
Moisturized. Unbothered.
Unbothered, moisturized.
In his lane, yes.
In his lane. Do you think Nikita Rychikov moisturizes?
Wouldn't shock me in the slightest.
Of the current top 10, who moisturizes the most? That's the question that I would bet has never been asked before.
Yeah, this is a kind of, these words have never been said in this sequence.
So let me put a few to you. Okay, so you've got Magnus, Fabi, Hikaru.
Honestly, I'm picking Magnus.
You think Magnus moisturizes?
I think, if I had to pick a, Lev is not in the top 10. It would be probably
No,
Lev.
Lev definitely moisturizes.
Yeah.
Hikaru moisturizes as well. Yes, he does. I'm sure.
He goes for this rugged.
No.
Rugged look.
Hikaru moisturizes.
The hiker. The lumber section.
Yeah, I mean. But I tell you what, the young guys, look, let's take Gukesh. Gukesh, he couldn't pick out a moisturizer.
I'm running out of days, by the way. I will finally have to talk about a certain topic with him today when he comes in.
Who's that?
Vidit.
Oh, right, okay.
You were talking about Gukesh.
Yeah, I was saying Gukesh because I was going down the list. I think Gukesh is number 4.
Yeah, no, I don't think they, like, the Indian kids have not really reached.
They barely started shaving.
Yeah, they are not at the age.
Well, they're going to have dry skin already?
This is a concern, yeah. Anyway.
Anyway.
Very important discussion, shelved for now. Let me briefly check in with.
Well, I'll tell you what we could do.
Rook h6 finally played by Shah. Miki did play Queen e1, and Andrew quite quickly responded to it with Rook e8, really provoking knight d5. Interesting that he is kind of going out of his way to make knight d5 playable. Is it any good? Not particularly. I guess knight d5 we just play knight c4, and this is why we played Rook e8, to not have to worry about the e7 pawn hanging. It's interesting to me that the engine very often in this position seems to want to make me play knight g5, which is a move I don't quite understand. Like, what happens if we just go bishop d7? Maybe now we actually switch to your beloved Grand Prix.
Yeah, why
all
not?
Of a sudden, like a 4, queen h4, e5, and mate. Because I can sort of relate to the idea of provoking bishop c4 and then playing b3 and c takes d3. It looks a bit strange, but if knight takes e4 tactics don't work out, and I don't think they work out, in particular because there is a knight on a5. Like you can play you can play h6, knight f3, knight takes e4, but regrettably for black, I get to pick up the knight on a5 at the end of this. And if none of those things work, I will play g3, d4 next move. And if I get this setup with pawns on e4 and d4, I will definitely be at least a little bit better with white, and it's going to be just a very, very pleasant position to play. But I think the sequence of playing knight g5 in order to play b3 on the other side of the board is not very intuitive.
No.
I think unless you know, your mind probably doesn't go in this direction. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Should we take a quick breather? We're about an hour in. I know it's slightly earlier than normal, but I think we're at a slight lull in the games. So I think we've got quite a long day ahead. I don't see this being draws everywhere quickly. So I think now is a good time to take a quick break.
Let's take a breather and return with more developments everywhere.
Rightio. See you soon.
Welcome back. Apologies for a slightly prolonged break, but we will pull an all-nighter today if need be, and we return with the coverage of the final and very exciting round of the London Chess Classic. And we bring you news that, not to jinx anyone, but the way things are going, I very much like Gawain's chances for the whole thing, because I think Juven Jun is going to have to defend something quite unpleasant. Because in this position, she did not find this setup with Queen d7 followed by b6 94, which I believe is the best play. And she did play for the position that we were discussing, which is Queen d6, knight d2. And now, because of threats of specifically knight d4 takes c5, there really isn't anything better than knight d4. And she's also taken with the bishop, which I don't like. And now, after I think very simple bishop takes b7. These are very, very difficult positions to hold. Let's say you play rook b8, and we don't even concern ourselves with the idea of winning the pawn on a7. We just do this, we do this. And I mean, maybe it doesn't look that bad, but in practical terms, even if 4 rooks come off, it's often a bit annoying to hold. And with the rooks on, you constantly have to worry about losing control over the b file. And yeah, this is not going to be enjoyable at all. And that's ignoring the fact that maybe we can try to fine-tune it somehow and actually go after the a7 pawn, which is currently quite vulnerable. Something like bishop g2 might be playable here, for instance, because as long as we keep control over the a8 square, we definitely are going to be threatening to take at some point. Gawain is thinking for now. I guess he is trying to figure out if it makes any sense maybe to include it to e3 or... I know what he's thinking about. He's wondering probably whether this is any good. I have a feeling this is what he is trying. This is what he is trying to establish. If this makes any sense at all to prefer over the previous line, something like this, trying to take on c8, take on b7. But I have a feeling it's too fancy. But this, I think, is a free roll for white.
Yeah.
A very pleasant free roll where you definitely have an advantage. You have an advantage which is more or less entirely risk-free. And yeah, she will have to defend an annoying position for the rest of the game, it seems. Elsewhere, in the game between Mickey Adams and Andrew Hong, Mickey went for this kind of a slower plan with rook b1, b3. And he is still some moves away from perfect setup, because I think what you want is the bishop already on b2, and this bishop actually back on f1, because you want to be able to play knight d5 as quickly as possible, and you want to be able to threaten to play knight d5 as quickly as possible. For the time being, knight b4 is maybe being threatened a little bit. I'm not sure we care all that much. I can definitely imagine just completely ignoring this exists and playing something like, I don't know, bishop b2, knight b4, and maybe even something like knight a4 here, just to make sure you take on d3, we take with the pawn, and we want to play something like rook bc1, and once again d4, d5, some kind of play like this. But of course, you would prefer to keep this bishop. Is there any world in which we actually spend a tempo on a3 here?
What's that theory of parallel universes? Where basically every iteration of everything has actually occurred.
You could have just said yes.
Oh, okay, then yes.
Yeah, and on the topic of h3 followed by a3, I have a story I haven't told in years, and I feel like maybe... although, I mean, nothing on the board really invites this story, apart from the fact that if white does play a3, there is this one little bit of symmetry with those pawns on the third. But the story goes as follows. It was told to me by Alexander Khalifman, who participated in the event. He told me that he once gave an alternate simul with Anatoly Karpov, the world champion, where they were playing a multi-board. So probably, when you give alternate simuls, it's normally like 30 boards, because you make half the moves. And at some point, he noticed that whenever Karpov would approach a position and there was no obvious move to make, and in fact, if you wanted to look for the best move in the position, you actually had to stop and think, Karpov would just play h3 and move on. Because why would you? You can pass it on to Khalif, and Khalif will do it next move. And realizing this is happening literally on pretty much every board where it's playable, Khalif decided to see what happens if he does a little bit of sabotage. He found the board when the pawn was still on h2, and he played h3 himself. And he thought, okay, let's see what he does if this is not available. You actually have to think of a decision. And when he came to that board next, some 10 minutes later, there was also a pawn on a3. So the plan did not really succeed in any material way. Anyway, this is still a kind of a slow developing game. I kind of like Mickey's chances, but Black objectively probably is doing fine. In the game between... we did sort of get there eventually, but there's many moves. Vidit, no, we didn't. Vidit actually did play castles, bishop d5 and queen h4, which is, as I mentioned, this is still a known position. Bishop takes f3, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, gf, bishop e5, knight c3. Bishop e5 is a novelty.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Seems like there's only one game that reached this position, and in that game, Black played king h8. And instead of all that, Nikita played bishop e5, knight c3, and queen d3, which looks fairly logical. It's a good square for the queen. You would, of course, ideally like to take on d2, but allowing knight e4 with the tempo is not very attractive. You're not losing by force or anything, but you might have to, I don't know, maybe give up the pawn on f6 and play an endgame you will not like very much. But if you play queen d3 and white plays queen e4, this occupies the e4 square for the knight, so we will be very happily, we will be taking on e4, on d2 now.
Very clever.
This rules out queen e4 as far as I can tell. So what options do we have as white here? Let's try to figure this out. f4, I guess, maybe is the main one, right?
f4, and if I just
king h8, I think.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I think the idea is king h8.
I love that.
Because f4 creates a very annoying threat of queen g3 check, getting the queens off.
Yes.
And if we take on c3 twice and allow rook ac1, I don't think we've equalized, actually.
No.
Because everything is hanging. No, I'm pretty sure the idea is to play king h8.
That's
and I think
very
it's also
clever.
a pretty clever idea, because we are, of course, intending to give mate in 2 if white complies. White shouldn't comply, but this is the idea.
On the assumption that he doesn't want to lose. If he wants to lose, then he should absolutely comply.
Yes, that is absolutely the point. But I think this is a problem for white.
I agree.
F4 king h8, I don't even see a good move, because if you have to play f2, f3, you're in. Honestly, not only you're in trouble, I think you're actually losing. To check and queen takes d2. With the idea
my goodness.
With the idea of queen g2 mate, and then I take on c3 next move. So I think it's not f4. If it's not f4.
Vidit, I was watching the video, Vidit is hovering with his queen.
No, not queen c4. Queen h5?
I don't know.
Queen h5, maybe. Because it's definitely not, like, when white cannot afford to lose the pawn on f3. The pawn on f3 is way more important than a pawn on d2, for instance. Because then your king really becomes queen h3, queen h5 would be, if the queen is about to move, those are the two squares I think it moves to.
Yeah, I can see queen h5. Queen h3 feels weird.
Yeah, queen h3 feels very passive.
Well, what do I know?
Either of us. Either of us, really. And now Nikita is back in a similar spot to he was a moment ago. You can still take on e2, but it still allows knight e4, which is a position we were avoiding. It's a bit of a different one, because
I can go queen f4,
we have
right?
queen f4, and queen g3 check is currently not playable because you have to secure the rook. So I guess you play maybe rook c1, and maybe we can play king h8. But we aren't really threatening anything. I have a feeling white could just brazenly take on c6 and play king h1.
And rook g6?
Although rook g6 is not nothing. Not nothing.
I'm going to Michael Bublé on the g file and then play rook h6 and announce checkmate.
Yeah, the immediate rook h6 is already, I think,
then queen g3.
Queen f5.
Yeah, I'm probably...
Yeah, even that is quite annoying, yeah.
Yeah, even that's annoying. No, this is...
Yeah. I'm very curious, and this is a kind of a particular, not a bugbear, but it's a hobby horse, I guess, is the expression I'm looking for, not a bugbear at all. I get very obsessed as a commentator with trying to figure out what the clock situation implies. Because this, as mentioned, is a heavily theoretical line, kind of topical even. It's been played recently by strong players. And Nikita is a very well booked up player. He doesn't really enter positions like these if he doesn't have any idea at all. I think he's just not that kind of a person. He likes knowing stuff. He doesn't like ad-libbing particularly. But he has burned half an hour getting here. And I think this position, what I'm trying to say is, this position, if you've seen it before, and this position, if you haven't seen it before, are two completely different positions, is my argument. And the clock situation doesn't really make me like I can't work it out. I don't know what burning half an hour getting here means. And depending on how fast he makes his next move, I think that would be a strong indication of where we are. So,
okay.
If I asked you to name 5 moves you would be choosing between here, what would be the 5?
As black?
Yeah.
Okay, so my 5 candidates, well, King H8 is clearly a massive candidate.
I guess Queen takes D2.
Queen takes D2.
And then, yeah, and what else? Are we even considering anything else?
Probably not. I mean, F5 feels a little loose to prevent knight E4. But I would give it a look, actually, F5.
Yep.
I would probably look at a standard rook A8 as well, because I've got ideas of rook D4 and all kinds of stuff. So there are moves to consider here.
Yeah, starting point, I think, absolutely is King H8 and
Yes.
King D2. And the third one absolutely is F5.
Yes.
I'm very much entirely where you are on this. The problem with F5 is that it gives white a very easy tempo with rook A1.
Yeah. And then probably...
Which we
would go probably...
Bishop D4, maybe? Because if you go rook A8, you give me more free tempi, right?
But now
Queen
I
takes
can
D2.
take on D2 and I block on G7, right? I think F5, yeah.
But you have to calculate, because I have a very cute tactic here. I can play King H8. Can you see why rook E5 loses?
Queen E1 and then rook G8.
It is very cute. The queen on H3 is actually why this is bad for white, because it takes away an all-important square from the king, and we collect a lot of material. F5 does feel like you're maybe giving white a little bit too much. Oh, no, it's completely, what we were doing is completely unplayable.
Oh. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, this is just not on.
So what about if you go F6 there after rook A1? I know.
Oof.
It's ugly, right?
Nah, we're not doing that.
We're not doing that?
I don't think we are, no.
No. Okay, agreed. Agreed, that's too ugly.
I think that probably rules out F5, because if you have to play F5 and then move the bishop...
Yeah.
I mean, maybe something like this, but we've allowed knight E2, knight G3 now.
No.
No, it feels like we have suddenly given our opponents a lot more freedom that they would normally have.
Yeah. I don't like
so
this.
So it's Queen D2 or King H8. So if we play King H8, the assumption is this rook goes somewhere, or white plays King H1. It's one of the two. Because we're not...
I think you go King H1 here.
Probably, to preempt the check. Okay, this actually improved our F5 position, because we are no longer losing to rook takes E5.
True.
But I'm not in love with it anyway, somehow. Knight D1 E3, or knight E2 G3, or... I don't know.
Unclear.
Strange position.
Weird position, yeah. Very unclear. Very unclear.
Yeah.
Should we let them work it out?
King H8 played in the meantime.
Yeah, King H8 is the move you would expect most of the time here. Because it's always going to be useful, or even necessary.
Yeah, feels like you can't really do without. And if there is something in the position which you always are going to play, it's often a sort of good business practice to just get it out of the way and go from there. And for Vidit, I think it's very logical to go, there we have it.
He's going to go King H1.
There we have it. Vidit also doing the needful the moment it appears. I guess another way to play this with black is just to go rook G8, rook G6.
Very straightforward.
Yeah, just let's say rook G8, white goes rook A somewhere, or rook G1. No, rook G1. Maybe queen takes D2 has improved, but I don't see why. And I mean, there is some argument to improve our structure this way, but I'm not sure if,
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
if it's good enough. Maybe. Because this is such a strong piece, and the d2 pawn is so weak that maybe you can actually afford to even go for this.
White is tied down here, you're right.
Like, it's not that easy to even make moves, because you need to move this rook somewhere. You can't put it on d1 because it loses to bishop takes c3. You can't put it on e1 because it loses to queen takes d2, so you probably end up playing rook g1, and we'll play something.
Yeah.
Rook
Yeah,
g8
I'm not bullish on White's position in general. I think Black has got, intuitively again, a number of ways to be okay here. So I'm going to say that Black is okay.
It does feel like it should equalize itself somehow, but the problem is pretty much every move now, from now on, Nikita will have the option of winning the pawn back, but improving either White's structure after you take on c3 twice, or the position of the White knight by taking on d2. And it's a kind of a difficult balance where, of course, you want to win the pawn back eventually, but you also want to maintain the dominance you have right now. And yeah, it's an interesting balancing act that you are performing here.
Okay, let's move on to another game. Shreyas, we haven't been there for a while. What happened in this one?
Rook h6 takes on g4 did happen. Shreyas castled. Black played bishop e6, knight c6, bishop d6. Interesting choice by Shreyas, by the way. Because obviously if White could play 3 moves in a row here with like knight e2, g3, and knight f4, White would instantly be quite happy. But the pawn on c4 is hanging. You can't really defend it with b3 because the pawn on a3 will be hanging. And my guess is Shreyas is at least a little bit concerned about allowing g4, g3.
Right.
And if you play g3 yourself, you have to contend with maybe ideas of Black playing bishop e5, getting those bishops off the board, and getting this really, really beautiful knight, which has all kinds of potential good squares. So Shreyas goes for this very interesting pawn sacrifice. He goes knight e2, gives up a full pawn here to Black, and goes knight d4, bishop takes f1, rook h takes f1. And Shah has just played knight e7, and Shreyas played knight b5. I don't know what I think about this. It feels like you probably didn't have to, but I also don't hate it necessarily. It's a way to try to solve all of your problems by force. We are currently threatening rook takes d6, followed by knight c7, knight takes a8.
Oof.
This is why, for instance, a6 would be a problem.
Goodness.
This kind of loses on the spot because h6 is hanging. You have no time to take a takes b5. My next idea was, why can't we just play king f8? Just sidestep the fork and then play a6, play c takes d6, play f5, claim that you're a healthy pawn up. I think the idea is to play rook d4. We're attacking the pawn on e4. Let's say Black does play f5, which seems very logical, and we go rook fd1. There's surprisingly quite a lot of pressure against this bishop on d6. It's not that easy to parry because, I mean, you can play knight c8, but he will be very unhappy after rook d5. I mean, you can put it back on e7, but that's your best option. And maybe there's even something stronger. You generally don't like making moves like knight c8 in this position. So, Shreyas, I think, he is trying to be very practical. He's trying to play quickly, but he is running risk. And I honestly, having looked at this a bit longer, I have no idea why I was playing king f8 when king d7 is available. The king pretty much always goes to d7 here, just to support everything much better. Yeah, I think this is going to be a problem for Shreyas. Something like rook d4, f5, and now with d6 pawn safely protected, after rook d1, we can play like a6. We take with the pawn. If you play bishop b4, we put the rook on c6. And, I mean, you still have to win this position. Let's say we go king b1, rook c6, we go g2, g3, to never have to worry about any kind of a pawn break. And the black pieces aren't very active, and they're very, very tied down to the protection of the pawn d6, but rook e6, knight g6, knight e5, it starts.
Yeah.
If you imagine this knight landing on d3, it effectively kind of ends the game. So, what are we missing after king d7? Are we missing anything after king d7?
Yeah, why are we missing anything?
It's the nature of things. It's just how life is, Lawrence.
We miss a lot of stuff, huh? I don't know. I tend to agree with you, Peter. I think that a few accurate moves and Shreyas is going to have to really fight like a dog to try and make a draw here.
I was wondering if we can at some point throw in f2, f3, but this seems hugely counterproductive after something like takes
g3.
And now either f5 or maybe even g4, g3 actually followed by rook g8, and we're not winning this pawn. It actually is going to be on g3 and then g2 and then g1 eventually. So it doesn't look like Shreyas has any pawn breaks. And if you don't have any pawn breaks, black only just needs to solve these very immediate problems of how not to lose any of our pawns in the center, and then you're going to be massively better.
Agreed.
Yeah, and Shah is going to sit there and think, how have I scored half a point out of the 2 games against Mickey and who was the other one against?
Gawain.
Yeah. How is it that I actually scored -1 out of those two positions? Because if he wins today and he doesn't lose yesterday, he is very likely in the tie for first. And if he actually beats Gawain the day before that, which he should have done, he was pretty much winning by move like 25 with black. He is probably winning the tournament on his own. Yeah, he's going to, there is some reminiscing going on there, I have a feeling. This brings us neatly back to the game between Gawain and Jun. And Gawain, whoa. Gawain is really being fancy here. He's gone knight c4, queen c7, and now instead of this move knight b6, which really wasn't that great, maybe for the simplest reason is that I think I can do this, and then this, and then we take on e2, we take on d3.
Yeah.
It becomes a mess. Nobody wants that. But after queen a3, what Gawain is saying here is that this pair of pieces cannot actually be developed. Because in order to develop the bishop on c8, you need to protect the pawn on b7. The only way to do that is to play rook b8. Then we will take on a7, and the problems persist. It's exactly the same problem. It hasn't really removed itself. And if he is correct about this, he has all the time in the world to improve. He will play rook fc1, he will play e3, and after that, some threats will manifest themselves. Like if let's say we play rook d8, I go rook fc1, we play, I don't know, h5, e3, bishop g7. Now we can even play d3, d4, for instance. cd4, now this move will actually win a lot of material because of how many threats we're developing.
Yes.
Very interesting concept by Gawain. He burned a lot of time on this decision, but at first I thought this was way too fancy. My initial reaction was he is trying to squeeze more out of this position that it contains. And he should have just gone for the very, very safe edge, which was offered to him by the move bishop takes b7. But I am really struggling to find a way to disentangle for Jun here.
Very, very unpleasant.
Maybe you play, I mean, it's ugly. So ugly. Like we can play a6 because we're not very worried about, although having said that, if I start with e3, I drive it all the way to g7. I'm trying to rule out bishop b5, bishop d6. And now I go knight b6, rook fc1. This is also not fun at all.
Not at all.
No. And this is problems. Very significant problems.
Yep, I'm calling it. I'm calling it. You know?
You do tend to call things.
I do tend to. The result never actually ends up happening, but I am officially calling it 1-0. Gawain wins the tournament 5 out of 7, clear by a whole point. Well, confetti, rating points. You
20
didn't.
25 grand.
Wowzers. Holy moly, that's a big prize.
That is a big prize, yeah.
That's a large prize.
And
for a
we kind
seven-rounder.
of teased the prizes in this tournament, and they are apparently 25, 15, and 10 for the top 3. There are only 3 prizes in the tournament, but
20
they are large.
25 to Gar would be
Good.
Good for
In
the universe.
in a cosmic sense.
Yeah, in a cosmic sense, we want.
In a cosmic sense, we won this out.
We don't even want the tiebreak. We want Gar to win now. Of course, as commentators, we are not biased per se.
No.
But
not at all.
For those of you who
you can see us being unbiased right here.
yeah, we're totally unbiased. But the point is, we all know how much Gar has had things on. Rough is an understatement, and there's any sense of cosmic justice let him win this tournament.
We should probably pipe down, though, considering we are commentators and we are probably, with every word we say in this direction,
Yes.
we're decreasing.
Oh, we're mushing him. We're just like I did to you in the World Cup in 2013.
But still, the statement absolutely holds true.
Yeah, the statement is true. We want him to win.
But we will pipe down for a second.
We will pipe down. Come on, Gar. All right. Yeah, Ju and Jun. But you know what, Ju and Jun, she's tenacious. We saw it in a few
but
games.
it's just so difficult to make moves here.
Yeah, but it is tough to make.
We were pulled up on the break, or more correctly, I got pulled up on the break by a member of the audience who absolutely correctly told me to cut it out with the engine running. And I haven't yet in this segment, but I am now sorely tempted, because it's not often that I see a position where black has a pair of bishops, seemingly a healthy extra pawn, and it is black to move.
Yep.
And the more I look at the position, the more I think it might be borderline lost.
Yep.
So I am very curious if I'm wrong or not.
Well,
but
I'll tell you what, we'll play a game.
Okay.
Okay. We will. Don't worry about the guy from wherever he is. He'll forgive us. We'll play a game.
Okay.
Now, if memory serves me correctly, you owe me 8 orange juices.
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you get some orange juices back. You have got a 0.3 engine margin.
Okay.
We're going to let the engine run for a few seconds, and then you have to give your evaluation as a decimal as to what you think. Don't overthink it. Go with your guts.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm going to say like 0.9, because I have a feeling there's a clever way not to lose, but I'm going to go with 0.9.
I'm going to take the under.
Okay.
Okay?
And we let it run for like
We're
10
going to let it run
seconds.
for like 10 seconds.
Oof.
Oh, boy.
It is under.
I'm good at this.
It is under, and it is very, very specifically, you need to immediately start shedding stuff.
Right.
I considered it, but I couldn't quite make it work. You absolutely instantly have to start shedding stuff. You go rook b8 and you go bishop g4. You allow e3, you put the bishop on f6. I thought of this, but I couldn't really work out why this improves our fortunes at all, because b7 is still hanging.
Yes.
And it's hanging in a kind of a, like it's always going to be hanging. We can't protect it.
But I mean,
So
even
I
just
thought-
doing it now. Right?
Well, then there's bishop e2, bishop takes d3. This maybe isn't such a big problem. And I think this is what it hinges on. The fact that in this position, black has bishop e2.
By the way,
Yep.
how insane is it here to play bishop
e4 or
e4?
something. Yeah, not insane at all. I don't think white is remotely worse, but I'm guessing I will
We're
get
not
the
getting
rook.
there, right?
I'm getting
No,
the
you're
rook
getting
behind.
behind.
Yeah, and then I'm not losing.
But I get to a6, but I
No,
can't.
you don't.
I do.
How? What do you mean you do?
I get to a6.
How do you get to a6? You actually, if you play a5, you lose.
I
it.
have bishop c3.
You lose this to yeah. Though this you've lost already.
my
like you need to be
goodness.
careful.
Wowzers.
Yeah.
I don't
But
get to
once again,
a6.
I don't have a way to check. But my gut feel is still that if you give white one tempo to play rook fc1,
GG.
All of those things will disappear and they will no longer work, and then you are really in a heap of trouble. So she has to, but I think she gets there, honestly, because I think there's only a few moves you can consider. You definitely consider rook b8. You consider the immediate bishop g4, but not for very long, because rook takes b7 is such an ugly picture that you kind of stop here. You consider rook d8. You perhaps consider preemptively moving the bishop away from d4, but it looks weird because you haven't really improved your position one bit by doing that. In fact, you made ideas of knight b6 stronger, potentially. And the more you analyze the position, let's say after rook fd8, rook fc1, the more I think you will get to the conclusion that you still have no moves. You brought the rook on a good square, but it has not improved your prospects in any kind of a tangible way. And you don't have a good follow-up. And now e3, d4, as mentioned, like if you pass here and you allow e3, d4, it really will start crumbling. So then I think you go back and you look through your options again and you realize maybe you can start jumping out with your pieces somehow immediately. And this is the only real way to develop both the rook and the bishop that exists in the position. I think from a human perspective, giving up on a7 and then playing bishop g4, you're not going to be sure you're not much worse, but everything else looks horrible, which is how I think you get there. We'll see.
I agree.
We shall see.
All right.
Shach, I think, played a move which we did not expect. He played rook d8, and now rook d4 was played by Shreyas. Shach played f5. My big question is, why can't we take on a7? I guess the idea is just to lock it in there and claim that it never comes back, which for all we know could be true, but I would like to continue the variation a little bit. What's happening here? It's very grim, though. Even, let's say, some kind of a best-case scenario is some position like this, where I play bishop b4, you have to give me the c8 square, but you're still in desperate straits. I'm even ignoring the fact that h4 is hanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we're taking on a7.
I don't see Shreyas taking on a7.
If we're not taking on a7, what do we even have?
Well, okay, rook fd1 is the...
Yeah, but then I think Shach is saying I will just play a6, and compared to the previous position, I will even get some rooks off the board.
Yeah.
This has to be lost. Simply because eventually this knight against bishop, the bishop is... This is very, very much the wrong bishop, with all the pawns on its own square, on its own color. Like we go king e6, king g5, knight e5, knight g3, and then bad things start happening to white. It's just, this is not holdable.
You can't play like this.
No, this is just not holdable at all.
You cannot play like this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's play a game. Did you ever watch those movies, Saw?
No.
No, horror movies, not your thing?
I'm very, it's not my genre. Like, gore specifically doesn't really
It's a little bit gory, yeah.
Excite me in the way it used to.
There's a little puppet, he says, let's play a game. It's a bit creepy. Anyway.
Yeah.
We're going to play the decimal game. Okay?
You really want to get
I think I'm up to 9.5 orange juices.
You realize this much vitamin C is actually bad for you.
Yeah, let's change it up. Let's do broccoli.
You're going to change the color to yellow. Or yellower, anyway.
Yellow. Okay, I'm going to go first. Okay?
Okay.
I'm going to say 1.1 minus 1.1.
I'll take 1.5.
Wow. You think it's totally
Honestly,
busted?
I think it's not just the pawn, it's also the structure.
Okay. Send it.
166 and
you win.
Probably climbing, yeah.
You win.
No, it's just bad.
Congratulations.
It is just bad.
All right, that's an orange juice back.
Yeah, and this seems to... I will just briefly check if maybe some important developments happened in the game between Vidit and Nikita. Nikita played rook g8, but this remains a very complicated position.
Yes.
So I do want to briefly visit the open section.
Okay.
2 rounds left in the open. And On the top board, we have this game between my good friend Amit Ghazi is playing the tournament leader today, Raunak Sadvani. Honestly, this looks very healthy for black because, I mean, the way you play this with white, I guess you have to play for the G2, G4 break. Otherwise, I'm not sure what your plan is. But with the bishop on c8, you're not going to be, it's not going to be easy to organize G4, G2, G4 anytime soon. For black, of course, it's also very difficult to imagine like where your breaks are coming from. You are probably consigned to waiting, at least for the time being. I don't see black successfully playing c7, c6. Or honestly, b6, b5. I think you play queen d7, bishop b7, this kind of stuff. I don't know, maybe rook f7, rook a8. Maybe not. Maybe you could consider playing king h7, bishop h6, trying to pretend you have chess culture.
No.
Well, I mean, in as much as...
No, I mean, no.
No? Okay.
No.
Okay. But this does feel like it should be very, very playable for Amit. And Amit continuing to have a very good year, maybe.
Amazing.
Yeah, one of the newest UK Grandmasters, 5.5 out of 7 here in the Open, and so far having a very decent game against an outright favorite of the tournament, somebody outranking him by 170 points. Raunak also obviously doing very well, 6 out of 7 so far. Perhaps we could, can we take a look at the standings for a second there? For the Open, maybe not. Yeah, no. we can see them on our screens anyway. You can see Raunak being on 6 out of 7.
By the way, it wasn't long ago that I played Raunak Sadvani in a all-play-all, and if he's on 6 out of 7 here, he's rated 2673.
He might not be winning any rating.
He might not be winning any rating.
He might not be winning any rating. That is true.
He might not be winning any rating.
On board 2,
he's creeping.
Yeah, he is getting there.
Look at this.
On board 2, we have 2 people on 5.5 out of 7. A youngster and
an oldster.
Not so youngster, yeah, there with Justin Tan playing against Ilya Smirin. Kind of a balanced position, and a position I think Ilya will quite enjoy having because there's a lot of jumps going on. He is a very strong dynamic player, but you do have to figure out what to do with this knight on a5. One thought I have was maybe b5, knight c4 is possible. But yeah, it's a tricky position. My feeling is it's not bad for black at all, but it's a sharp position, and if you give white a few moves, like if you give me time to play bishop b2, knight d4, h3, and so on, you probably are going to be a bit worse. And you also have to worry a little bit about the idea of queen b6. On board 3, we have... and this is the entirety of people who have 5.5 out of 7, by the way. It's Amit Ghazi and the 2 players on board 2, Justin Tan and Ilya Smirin, because on board 3, we already have 2 people who are half a point further behind, with Matthew Wadsworth playing against ZPX, I think, as he was known in the ICC days. I'm pretty sure I played
what was his name?
Hundreds of games on ICC.
What was his name on
ZPX. Was a very prolific online blitz player in his youth. Kind of a weird-looking position, which came from... I know this line. I played this line. This is a very quirky line, by the way. This is something which I think was introduced into very serious Grandmaster practice in a massively important game in an Isle of Man Grand Swiss in 2019, where I think in round 10, Sergei Karyakin with the white pieces played knight f3, d5, g3 against my good friend Kirill Alexeyenko. And Kirill was, I think, one of the earliest strong players to essay this idea of knight d7. Obviously, we want to play e5, white goes d4, kind of looks at you quizzically, asks you, why have you done this? And you go knight b6. And it's one of the strangest things you've ever seen in your life, to be honest. Like it makes no sense whatsoever at first glance to do this.
We're going to go on there, but we have got royalty in the house.
Yes.
And I don't mean Kate or William. We've got the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, the French number 2, but really, I consider him the number 1 because, you know, he's a Frenchman through and through. We've got MVL Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? He's come all the way over from Paris. Let's get him in the shot.
Yeah,
We're
let's get further in the shot.
You've come all the...
He's doing this really subversive thing of wearing an Emirates shirt, but this is not an Arsenal shirt.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like
tricking everybody.
I like the slight dig.
But it's a nice shirt.
MBL,
it is a nice shirt. Yeah.
MBL, tell us. Pourquoi? Why are you here? Tell the
He's
people.
here to take all the monies.
I mean, trying to do so. So there's a Blitz tournament tomorrow, and actually there's a qualifier going on right now. And
Lawrence
I'm in, by the way. I got a special entry.
Okay, yeah, I have a friend who's also playing it.
Who's that?
Just
Oh, you just have a friend here. Okay.
Okay. I think it means Ali Reza, but it's okay.
Yeah.
No.
Ali Reza is also here. Are you aware?
Ali Reza is also here.
Okay.
Yeah. But I bought companies, that's all. And so yeah, there's a Blitz tomorrow, and then there's a blindfold tournament as well on Sunday.
Yes.
And that's gonna be fun because I haven't played blindfold tournament since 2012 or something.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm absolutely...
Mind games or...
Yeah, mind games. Maybe 2011, actually.
I'm absolutely delighted you're here, MBL, and you can help us unpack this last round.
This position is okay to unpack.
So what's your opinion on the glorious 97, 96?
Like, it's a bit strange, but like, White needs to know what they're doing to have any chance at an advantage in general.
Yeah, I played this once in a classical game. I lost to Ricci in St. Louis in 2021, but I had a playable position out of the opening. I just got out-calculated in a very, very sharp fight later down the line. And in the game I was talking about before, we saw the Frenchman with varying number of names. Kirill Alexeyenko beat Karyakin from in this line, on the black side of this line.
Yeah, in
the Grand Swiss.
Isle of Man, actually.
In Isle of Man Grand Swiss 2019, which played a massive part in him qualifying for the candidates in Yekaterinburg and Karyakin not qualifying for that candidates tournament. So it was a kind of a bit of chess history actually being made in the 97, 96 line. I guess let's go back to the Elite tournament and ask MVL's opinions. What do we know and what do we think about this position?
Yeah, I saw it on the screen, but I would say, like, out of the blue, black cannot be worse. This is pretty clear with such a strong bishop. And actually, I'm curious, how did this happen? Yeah, because this is very strange.
Yeah, this is the E3 B3. And this is all heavily theoretical, actually.
Yeah,
Novelty is on like move 17. I'm assuming you've seen this line before.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So they got here. For some reason, Vidit took a pretty long pause in this position, but then made all the theoretical moves anyway.
Oh, I
and
see.
they got here from there.
Yeah, it's strange to get there on purpose with whites, I would say. Like,
so you're really not a fan?
I mean, the bishop on e5 is so strong.
Yeah, but...
like,
I mean, we are currently a pawn up. If you take on g2, I will have a pretty nice-looking knight on e4. Which
yeah,
is
but
not...
like, let's say I take on d2 anyway. You go knight e5, go queen f4.
Rook, maybe... a d1.
Yeah,
so
your
your assumption is this is never worse for black, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not 100% sure. Are we absolutely certain this cannot be worse for black?
So even if I take and play f5?
Yeah, f5 specifically, I guess, right? This moment when
it's
I cannot
not
play.
needed, I think. Yeah, I don't think it's needed.
But let's say, are we confident we're not worse here with black?
Queen d1.
Queen d1, queen d5, yeah, or. Yeah, because I mean,
But-
bishop
but-
takes g3 is a draw, but it's a
actually,
suffering kind of draw.
No, but this is not what I want anyway
Okay.
with black. Like, I'm actually optimistic that
You can just not suffer.
I mean, if I was in this position after rook g1, I would be looking for an advantage.
Rook g6, I guess, is the way to maybe play for more, yeah?
Here, yeah. Rook g6.
Rook g6
but
and...
not really, because then you take and queen c8 is a perpetual.
Ah, yeah, you have queen h3 in there. I thought I was hiding on h6, but I'm not, yeah.
No, but my question is after rook g1 on move 21.
Ah, okay.
Because I said worst I take on d2, but I don't think I do. And I mean, I think Nikita is considering his options here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Knowing him, I think he likes his position. And also here I would consider either rook g6 or rook g5 even.
Rook g6 we took a look at briefly, and I thought we'd take and we go rook g1.
Yeah.
And I was looking at moves here because the fact that sometimes rook takes g6 might happen. 94 rook g6 is a bit of an
issue. Yeah, I agree with that. Also, then after 94, I can go king g7. So, like, let's say I move my rook to d8. Let's say to cover on.
Yeah. And then I don't know what the next move is for either side.
Yeah, this often happens.
Because f5 queen takes f5 is not an idea at all.
Yeah, well, I mean,
but for white also, I'm struggling to make a move of any sort.
Like if I'm black and I have the time, I would go with g5, bishop moves, and f5, but it's very slow.
It is very
and
slow.
not even clear that it.
And even then,
anything.
you have to allow knight g5. I'm not certain. Yeah, you can drive. Yeah.
Yeah. This position, like, I would be concerned with white, but like mildly concerned, not.
Yeah, it's a curious position. We were kind
What if we go bishop d4 to use the fact that the knight is pinned for now?
Yeah.
Because the white queen is just not moving.
I guess if we just don't believe white can be better, we can still do pretty much the same, I guess, and we're not worse, right? It's a bit miserable to play like this, but it does solve all of our issues with white.
Yeah, just checking if it does. So bishop f2, let's say.
But I have many checks.
Queen g2, queen g2.
Okay, yeah. Actually, the other direction is stronger indeed, yeah.
Yeah. So rook g1, okay, I mean, I have many draws, but...
Can I interrupt?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm not really asking for permission. I'm also running the show here.
Yes.
I would love
the
to get
showrunner.
MBL's opinion on the Mamajarov opening. Of course, because
Absolutely.
not only are we here with the world's arguably leading author and
I thought
expert,
this was a familiar line.
but we've got MBL, who is the other Grunfeld. I mean, we've got the two Grunfeld powerhouses.
This is a familiar line, like, I've seen this, for sure.
Okay, have you studied it?
I mean, I've seen it just like
Okay.
long time ago, but I've seen this idea.
Yeah. And it seems to be paying off quite well for Shach, because I think Shreyas was trying to balance the desire to meet this head on with the desire not to fall too far behind on the clock, and he ended up taking some decisions a little bit too lightly, and he is now in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
I haven't seen the.
Yeah, this is the current position.
He lost a.
Whoa!
I mean, he didn't lose the pawn, but
He blundered h2 as well.
No, there was nothing on h2.
Oh, there was nothing.
He did play f3, and now after e3, gf3.
f3 is a bit strange. Like, he's pawn down.
He's a pawn down, yeah.
He's a pawn down, yeah.
He's a pawn down, and all the endgames look kind of hopeless, to be honest. So it's a bit of a desperation move, but you can sort of see where he's coming from. He doesn't really.
No, I mean, if he's a pawn down, it's just bad. Like, you might have slim chances of surviving, but
Bishop h2 is cute because he wants to go g3, g2.
Yeah, g3, g2. I think this is over, and that means.
Do you think it's just over after bishop h2?
It looks like it, because rook f2 fails to bishop g. I mean, not
Into
bishop
f2.
g1 because there's knight
I think
c7.
we include rook takes d4, and
Yeah.
then we just go bishop g3, bishop takes h4.
Absolutely,
I think the sanest decision here. Yeah. Yeah, if f3 does feel like one of those, better horrible end rather than endless horror, type move.
Yeah.
Wow, Shreyas has had a tough tournament, huh? It's tough being a prodigy because, you know, what is he?
No, I mean, this tournament is full of experienced players.
Yes.
Yeah.
How good were you, MVL, at 15?
And I was happy because I think Nikita is playing quite well here. Yeah, and he had a tough.
Yeah, it would be good for him to.
Yeah.
MVL,
to end
how good were you at 15?
Was border like.
You were like 26
50 to 2600.
Okay, so you were a bit better than Shreyas is now. Okay.
I mean, waiting is
Yeah,
not
I was.
really...
What were you at 15, Peter?
I was getting my final IM norms, so I'm a bit behind.
But you know, different times, because also I realized, like, at the time where I got the Grandmaster title at the age of 14, I was more or less a prodigy. And now that would not amount to that. Now 12 is a benchmark more or less.
I am not in that conversation, But in 1994, when I got the GM norm at 18 in 1994, and it was nowhere near the record. I was not in the conversation, but it felt completely fine. It didn't feel like I was behind on any kind of a schedule, so to speak. And now, now it's not great. Weird position because we left it here, I think, and seemingly this is move 14. Currently, it's move 20. White has done really not a lot at all, and Black in the meantime played a6, b5, and so on. But you now actually have to find the solution to a3 and 95, after which you will be worse.
So he goes.
This is kind of critical, right? Because maybe we're just giving it up, no?
I mean, it's an option. I mean,
I like this.
I see it, but you need to be sure what you're doing after 94.
I just missed that, but honestly...
Queen h6?
Maybe
GG? I thought Queen e3 first, actually.
Why not just this? I'm feeling we're winning, no?
Bishop f5.
Take knight g5, GG?
Yeah. Yeah, Queen h6 at the end. Yeah, that's...
Oh, that's actually very beautiful, yeah, because at first I couldn't work out what you were... Oh, yeah, like this, yeah.
Damn.
Not the only way, but...
Yeah, I mean, Mickey generally kind of likes preserving control, but it really looks so much more natural than Rook e2.
I didn't mind Rook e2 as well, because simply you're renewing the threat, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure you parry it. Because
actually,
Bishop
yeah.
h6, like, makes knight d5 so much more powerful, and also if you take on d5, then e7 is...
Yeah.
Maybe we can just also do this. I'm obviously very drawn to this idea, because it's very beautiful. Maybe we go Queen d8 or something, and...
I'm not a fan
Still
of
losing.
Queen d8. No, I think maybe you go even more early with knight takes d5.
Okay.
And knight e5.
But I'm quite happy here.
No, of course, we're happy with
Honestly,
white.
I'm quite happy here. f6, bishop d4, and then we just push, yeah?
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly white is better.
But we don't need
and
to. Yeah, the point is maybe we just don't need to. Maybe we can actually make a slightly awkward move, rook e2, and then we go back to our plan of...
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to resist playing a3 here.
It is very...
We know you would have
I mean,
resist Lorenz.
but I would work it. But listen, I actually think intuitively, concretely, just a3 will work.
I agree.
I think it does work. The question is whether rook e2 is sort of just as good and preserves more control, and we know how much Mickey values control.
Yeah.
That is not to say that he's incapable of calculating sharp variations. He's done it all his life, but if there's a somewhat balanced choice and one move gives up material and the other one doesn't, I think Mickey generally prefers the one which doesn't. So yeah, interesting turning point here. And also I think bishop h6 is a sign that Andrew is quite unhappy with how things are going, because this is not... I'm sure he realizes both a3 and rook e2 exist and look quite strong, and yeah, you're not enjoying yourself very much. Elsewhere, did this happen? She's still thinking, I guess.
Oh, it's still here, because
it's still here.
I saw some position with queens off, but it was probably just analysis.
Yeah, we were analyzing this, yeah. And this appears to be maybe like a nice timing and a very nice decision by Zhu.
She does do it.
I guess you would have preferred to play this faster. because this is still a very complicated position, and she
I
left
just
herself.
think she didn't want to do it, but
Yeah,
so no.
but you have to. But you
Yeah.
have to.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I mean, you cannot leave your bishop on c8 for
No.
that long.
No. Queen takes a7, of course, blitzed out by Gawain. There's no way you're allowing b6.
And then
you have
next
to
move
play
is
bishop g4.
bishop
Yeah, you have
g4.
to play bishop g4. Otherwise, you've given up on a7 for absolutely nothing. So I'm assuming she plays it very quickly. And it seems like it holds. It seems like she, once again, as has been often the case in this tournament, she maybe doesn't play as fast as she would like, but she does come to correct decisions more often than she doesn't.
So the point is, after e3, you go back to f6.
Bishop f6, and we have
and
bishop
you have
e2, yeah.
two threats, like bishop e2 is direct threat, or rook fd8. Ah, rook a8.
Even that, I think. Yeah, if you play rook fc1 or rook f1, I think rook e8, a2 is enough.
Okay, I thought rook fd8 makes sense as well.
Mm. Yeah, maybe.
But of course, the a pawn could be a...
I think my initial reaction is I want to get this off the board as early as possible.
Yeah,
and I'll,
makes sense. 'Cause
yeah, I'll think from there.
You're never gonna lose this.
Yeah, I think from there.
Yeah. And
No,
she plays it, but yeah, I mean, at this point, it's the only active move you have in the position.
Yep. Yeah.
By the way,
this is move 17, so she will have to speed up. But she did come to the absolutely correct decision. Possibly the only decision in the position. We couldn't find anything else. So, once again, quite well played by Juvenjun. What are we?
We've done all.
Sorry, I just want to. I've just been thinking because I'm obsessed with that Mickey position.
Okay, let's go back.
But you don't even have to go knight d5. What if you just go queen h6? So a3 takes.
Oh, this is a good point. Yeah, hang on. I mean, I guess if you're worried about that, you can not take on d2, but then the rook will go back to d1.
Yeah, but what about? So if 95, you go
Knight
knight
d5,
g5.
knight
Yeah,
g5.
yeah
and f4 and gg.
no, I mean, there
Yeah.
are ways.
Well, knight f4, knight d5 is gg.
This does look interesting, I have to say.
Yeah, because queen c5, knight d5, you're not gonna get away from this.
Yeah, I guess the idea was to play queen f2, but you give up a lot, too many things, yeah. And there's even knight c7.
Yeah, no, this is not good.
I guess you play bishop c6 and you pray, but
No, but f4 there is devastating. Knight.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on.
I wanted to make e5 work, but I'm not
Hold on.
sure. This has the feeling of being completely winning for white, but I couldn't solve it immediately, so I wanted to put this on the board and ask a bigger authority.
Like even something like knight e2,
Mhm.
but e5 there is.
Yeah, I was hoping to maybe get something in the way of the
Because
bishop.
rook e7, queen f8 is also a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So not knight e2 is a bit slow, of course. And let's say e5. Let's go the direct route. Take, knight e5. Knight e4. You have
Knight
bishop.
e4, you have queen c5 check in the
Yeah.
end.
And even if you don't, it's.
Yeah, I don't like this.
So rook e1.
Really? Maybe.
Because queen f5, I'm hopeful knight d5 will work this time. Yeah, knight d7.
This looks like this has to be made somehow, I don't know. But maybe not. There are some very beautiful variations, but none of them seem conclusive.
I was looking at rook e6, but
Ooh.
it doesn't. Just take, just take.
Ah, we can't support it. Yeah, we need one more piece to be
Knight
able to...
h5 also.
Mm.
And maybe black started asking good questions.
Yep.
We're so close there.
No,
we
for
are,
sure.
yeah, but
I can't believe that that's not winning.
it could very well be, but...
Always was your
I
downfall,
think-
Lawrence. That you cannot believe.
Something isn't winning, yeah? He played something. I think, yeah, we kind of know our buddy quite well here.
Yeah. But
And
it's
the thing
a
is, it's a
good
good
move.
move. It's a
Did
good
he
move.
play rook e2?
Yeah.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
just, if Lawrence was playing that game, would definitely call a3 to have been played.
I think I would have played a3 by now, honestly.
Yeah.
Knowing myself, I would have tried to figure out if it loses on the spot, and if it doesn't, I think I'm playing a3 in that position.
Yeah.
But yeah,
For me, it would depend. Like, if I'm satisfied with rook e2, I might play it anyway.
and
Do you think you would play it?
and
It
whoa,
was
look
E5,
at
yeah.
look at this, yeah, and this is the change, yeah.
Yeah.
This is why we drove the rook away from the g file.
And yeah, I mean, and this is a good reason to go for a3 with white, because this move is kind of nice for black. Like,
yeah, if it cannot be punished immediately, and it doesn't seem like it can be, this is a very, very important positive change for black, stopping, no, not stopping, but making the ideas of a3, knight g5 much.
I would say white is still better, obviously, but
yeah,
but
this
not
is
like
now,
this.
yeah, not like this, of course. Yeah,
Also,
unless
no,
knight
rook
e5
e5.
worked, yeah.
No,
A rook e5. Whoa.
Rook
whoa.
e5,
No, but you
GG.
don't have to go 97. It's not very pleasant, but you can go knight d8, yeah. Also here, even 95. We take knight b7, I guess.
Queen c3.
Yeah, so not maybe rook f8, no, maybe not knight b7.
We are enjoying ourselves here.
I'm having a great time.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe this doesn't actually mate, because bishop g7 is next move against most things. And then slowly but surely they will start coming out of the corner.
Yeah, things can backfire. And this
Oh,
is...
I nearly found something so beautiful.
You wanted to go rook h5.
Yeah, I did.
I'm sure you wanted to go rook
really,
h5, but there is f6 simply. So
yeah, I know, but then I
and
take
even bishop g7.
Yeah, but a rook is a rook. Yeah, I would like to be. I would like to be winning on the spot, which.
Of course.
Yeah. No, yeah, this is a very solid reason for a3 on the previous move.
Yes.
Very nicely spotted by Andrew. So why do you think white is still better? How would you proceed from here?
I mean, knight a4. No, knight a4, there's knight c2.
There's knight c2, yeah. That was also my initial reaction, but knight c2.
No, then my initial reaction was rook d1.
I'm guessing queen c7?
Yeah.
It's awkward.
Not so easy, huh?
It's awkward. We like our.
What if I go a3 now and g4? Of course, not
Wow.
what Mickey wants to do.
No.
Also, not what I want to do, but no, here knight d5. And if I take in rook d,
Yeah, maybe white is actually better, but yeah.
bishop h3. I mean, it's full blown out game. Rook d6,
But this
rook
is just
g8,
this is just not a Mickey game.
I mean,
This
I
kind
don't
of-
think it's anyone's game.
Yeah, this is something that never happens in a Mickey game. No, e5 is a very strong move by Andrew. Yeah, kind of turning the game very much on its head. Okay, what else is going on? F5 was chosen, I think, by...
Yeah, it's a move I was mentioning.
Yeah,
before
we looked at this.
We had this, but in a slightly different version.
Yeah, I thought f5 is clever just to avoid knight e4.
Where does the bishop go, then?
I mean,
D4,
my
I
guess
guess,
is d4, yeah? f4 is also an option. Just to underline the knight on c3 being.
Is this legal? No, sorry, I'm hallucinating some kind of a... Basically, I played knight e4, and then I took with my own pawn somehow. Not this one. And I thought I was spinning
But
something.
what about bishop f4 as well?
In a similar position, I was going knight e2, g3, but this is not going to be possible here.
Because the problem is if I take on d2, then your knight only has a spot on
Yeah,
a4.
this is
which
very awkward. Yeah, this is getting to be very awkward now for white. I don't know. I'm struggling to find a good move at all.
Because we would want to make queen h forward, but it's definitely not the case. Well,
No,
like
I
it's just
keep,
one tempo faster.
Yeah, I keep on returning to maybe needing to play rook g8, rook g1, but then...
I can see some move like knight d1 to get to e3, but this is very sad. Or even, I even have a sadder option, which is knight b1.
No, I'm not putting that on the board.
But, I mean, I would vouch for it probably being top computer move.
Okay, this is not a very strong machine, but we will give it 15 seconds. Or how many seconds do you want?
I don't care.
15, yeah?
Yeah.
Currently, knight a4, zeros.
Yeah.
Staying at knight a4, but it does... it's already depth 36. And what does it think about knight b1?
Oh,
We have lost to rook a8, just straight up losing somehow. I don't understand why. I really.
It's probably some sort of zugzwang, actually.
Yeah, I guess we just like ruled all of our own
Okay.
moves. Yeah. So no, not the best move. Switching the dem machine off. So it appears that after bishop f4, knight a4 still holds, because I guess we either this or maybe this will.
Maybe this
Knight b2
makes-
c4
this
probably
makes
is
sense,
the
yeah,
plan.
yeah.
Yeah. Bishop f4 hasn't been played yet, and Nikita clearly is choosing between. I think those two options are the ones he is considering.
Yeah, because bishop d4 is also a very solid option. Like bishop
Mhm.
f2 is kind of a major threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
But bishop, no, you don't have rook e2.
No. I mean, maybe knight d1, but then you have to consider a 5 f4, right? And then maybe back. But we are giving up on giving up on f2 is never good.
I was considering if you have time for rook e7, but I don't think you do because I mean before.
Oh, okay, hang on.
But you don't, because then I take play rook g8 and bishop c3, and it just mates.
No, but also bishop f2 is mate, right?
Yeah.
This is also
Wowzers.
This is also not great.
So
Yeah, looks like really the more now that you've come here and set me straight, the more we analyze, the more I am getting to your point of view that black can never be worse than white very much can, because I wasn't sure at all.
Yeah, I mean, I was also not sure until I noticed that 5 is a very valid option.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just briefly looking through the positions.
Maybe like clinching the game like in next few moves.
Yeah, we can probably stay with this for a second, because this might be over soon. This trade happened, and then all of this happened. And it's just a question of how you win the fastest here. Rook h5, rook h3, all kinds of moves, yeah. I'm pretty sure all of those win.
Well, I mean, I would argue knight f5 has to be considered, but it just, you don't really want to allow g3 with g5, because then
Now
bishop
maybe-
on h2 is. But
yeah.
you could go bishop d6.
Exactly, yeah, and then g3 and king e6.
And you're probably
Yeah, these
gonna-
positions don't hold.
But
And-
maybe after knight f5, there's a
yeah,
cleaner way.
maybe something is even
Like-
I like rook h3, for instance.
Yeah. And if knight e7, do you have time for g3 even?
Maybe.
You probably don't want, because it's at the best case, it's only one exchange.
Yeah, like knight f5, rook d2 check, and then we
Yeah.
are trying with checks.
And you can do maybe knight g6, actually.
Yeah.
And try to punish.
Good point. Yeah, knight g6, g2, rook d1 check, and you're trying to play knight f4 next move.
And I have bishop d4 at the end.
Yeah. Looks like black is winning, but the fact that we've just opened this diagonal means that black is
Might still be winning for black.
Yeah, actually
But-
might still be okay, but yeah,
Yeah.
we're getting a little bit too carried away. But yeah, it's a very comfortable position for Shah.
But
He
yeah,
also
rook
has-
h3 or rook h7 is
yep.
very sensible way.
Yeah, you kind of know he will win. The question is just like which technical option he will pick here.
Absolutely.
And Gawain played e3,
Three.
bishop f6, rook f8, and yeah, she's
Yeah.
played rook a8. I think
And
absolutely
seems like
correctly.
she will.
Yeah, rook b7, queen b7.
I have a
you-
question.
Yeah.
Can we go queen b6 maybe?
He did it.
Yeah. The point being that you want to take on c5,
Yeah,
and
I
get
think
to play
it's-
d3. Yeah, this is stronger. This is stronger.
Oh my goodness, this is a disaster for black.
No,
No,
not a disaster, but
No?
it's a better option. It's a much better option, but it should still be.
Why is this not a disaster for black?
Because at the worst case, you lose b7, you still have very good chances of drawing.
Really?
Yeah.
Just a lot of comp with the bishops.
Like you will reorganize, you have the rook on the second rank. Like if you take on b7, rook b8 is sort of awkward.
Yeah,
Place.
it still feels like it should hold. Although I very much agree with Gawain that this is a better chance. But yeah, in particular, bishop f5 I think is very annoying.
And also after queen b6, we've taken on b6. Can we go something else? I'm not sure we can, yeah, because rook f8, even bishop b7.
I mean, maybe this move feels a bit weird, but maybe it's not bad at all actually. A2 is hanging, d3 is hanging.
But
why
queen
is-
b3 is a major
yeah,
issue, I
this
think.
stabilizes, yeah. And queen knight b6 is also a threat now. Yeah, we don't do this. We don't really play with these types of things. Yeah, good move by Gawain, but should still be holdable. But this is where maybe you start feeling that Rook B8, Bishop G4
wish you
should.
had more
Yeah,
time
yeah.
as well.
You really want to have 40 minutes here and not 16, because you will still have solutions to find, and yeah, eventually you'll
And
probably
just not end up a pawn down with in a very unpleasant
Mhm.
fashion.
Yeah. Actually, what I was giving after takes, Rook A2, Rook C5, Bishop F5, I'm coming to the conclusion that I dislike Bishop E4.
Yeah, Bishop. Oh, you dislike it?
I mean, for black, yeah.
Yeah, Bishop E4. This
I
is
think
the
this
move.
is a problem.
Is it? Do I take and play E6?
Knight D7, though.
Bishop E7.
Bishop E7. I mean, are we certain we hold this? This looks dangerous, like the E5, Rook 1 takes B7, like we might get mated. Even the immediate Rook takes B7, like you play Rook D8, I have Knight F6 check there, I don't have to worry about Bishop D6. This looks like a position which might just be lost, frankly. F7 might fall.
No, but I wanted to consider those options like Bishop D6 here. But it is unpleasant.
It's still going to be
And
massively
Rook C8.
unpleasant, yeah.
Rook C8 trying to get counterplay going, but Bishop E7. But
I'm not even sure about this endgame, to be honest, MBL. I don't know if this is a draw. I would not be convinced immediately that this is a draw.
Okay,
She's played Queen D7, by the way. She's played Queen D7. He will blitz out Queen B3 most likely, because you do want to preserve both of these things.
Yeah, maybe after Queen B3 I was thinking...
B5?
No, B5, Knight B6, but...
Sorry, I'm losing my mind. This doesn't actually stop Knight B6 at all.
No, I was thinking about Bishop E6, but Knight B6 is not stopped.
Yeah, Knight B6 is still possible, and also I wanted to ask you, are you convinced I cannot take on B7?
I'm not
I
convinced.
mean, Rook A B8, though.
Yeah, this was my...
And I'm not fast enough.
So I'm thinking about Bishop F5 as well, instead of to try to make it work. And this
takes, I guess.
Yeah. And the argues that this is maybe audible, but Queen D3 and Rook B7.
Yeah, I would like not to do this. I mean,
Rook A2, Bishop D5 is the issue.
Yeah. I mean, this might be fine, but it's...
I don't think so. Like Bishop D5 or Bishop F1.
No, I was kind of hoping maybe I can play C4.
Bishop F1?
Yeah, I missed. Yeah, this is a good spot, yeah. Yep. Yeah, problems for black.
Definitely. So after Queen B3, let's try to find a move for black, because I figure there's like Rook A7 is very sad, but maybe
we do have that as an option. Rook A7, A3,
no,
A3,
Bishop
Bishop C.
C5, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I see as a potential issue. Also, maybe not.
Queen D6, Knight D5, maybe
Bishop G7.
Bishop B6. 7.
Yeah, Bishop B6 as well.
Maybe we hold. Like, it's a bit grim, but maybe we hold.
No, I mean, every option is green for black, so...
That is a good point. And actually, Gawain has not played Queen B3 yet. Maybe he sees something else, but it looks natural, right? You don't really... Unless you want to try something like A3, Queen D3, Bishop takes B7.
I don't think so. Because also after Rook B8, suddenly, like...
Yeah, you've lost control, yeah.
Bishop H3, B7, in whichever order. Like after Queen C5.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced that
I was
Rook B7 is
calculating
not
this, yeah, and this and this.
There should be a way, like Knight A5.
Knight A5, Queen C6, yeah.
But Queen C6, Rook C8. Rook B8.
Дружище.
Yes. Yes, seems to work for white, but... There used to be a time where I would bet my life on these lines, but those times are sadly over.
Yeah, well, we can maybe start with Bishop H3 even.
Yeah, that's
then Queen D5, though.
Yeah.
This
Bishop F5, but even
taken... takes and Rook B3.
Yeah.
We haven't really equalized,
Yeah.
We haven't really equalized. We're getting very much carried away. We'll wait, I think we'll wait for Gawain to make a decision. And also, I guess maybe we can take a short break now, say a great deal of thanks to MBL, who provided a lot of clarity that was previously sadly lacking from this broadcast, and come back in a moment with or without
some clarity and some mess. Yeah.
That's exactly the mixture. This is exactly the mixture you want. And we will come back in a while with the first time trouble and perhaps slightly beyond. Stay tuned.
All right.
Welcome back to the coverage of the final round of the elite section of the 2024 London Chess Classic. And we begin with the game which could make all the other games somewhat irrelevant. And this is the game between Gawain Jones and Zhu Wenjun, where Gawain did play Queen B3. And as we mentioned, at this point, I think Zhu had maybe 16 minutes. This is move 21, maybe even less than 16 minutes. And this is a very uncomfortable position to solve all the problems you need to solve without really making any big mistakes. And the move Bishop E6, which she played, is probably a mistake, precisely because of what MVL was saying on air. Knight B6 has not actually been stopped by this move. Bishop takes B3, Knight takes D7 is instantly completely lost for black. Too many things are hanging. And after Queen D6, an important change. We were discussing on air the line where after Queen B3, we were making a somewhat ugly move, Rook A7. And if you play Knight B6 here, we play Queen D6, Knight D5, Bishop E6. And it seems like we're getting something similar in the game after Bishop E6, Knight B6, and Queen D6. But there is a big, big difference because this move exists. And this move results in this pair of bishops coming off the board. And without this pair of bishops, you now struggle to see what you should be aiming for with black. It's very difficult to see how you ever equalize. She's taken on D5. This is going in a very, very wrong direction. B7 is hanging, C5 is hanging. Both of them feel like they will drop, honestly, very soon. I'm not even sure what the best case scenario here is. Do you see something like Rook A2, Rook B7?
What about a meteor hitting the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some solutions which would work for a given value of work, but she's gone Rook A3, probably a good practical choice, but even Rook B1, B3, annoying as it may look for black, Rook takes B3, AB. This is such a horrible pawn that you struggle to defend it even here, and perhaps your best choice now would be something like this, but after Knight D7, Rook B3, Knight C5, my feeling is 5 against 4, Knight against Bishop with this Bishop. In practical terms, you lose. I don't know if it's already lost mathematically, so to speak, but I think in practical terms, you lose. 4 against 3, you sometimes defend, maybe even defend more than you lose, but 5 against 4 is going to be very difficult to defend this such a long perimeter. She is fighting. I think Rook A3 is clearly the best choice because the pawn on A2 is not that important. Getting rid of the pawn on D3 is more important. But yeah, this looks like with more time on the clock and a very clear advantage, this should be very much convertible for Gawain. And actually, now that I look at it, why are we not just playing Rook C5, Rook D3, Rook B7?
Also looks very strong.
I guess because of Rook A3, and black actually maybe has decent practical chances of ending in a Rook ending 4 against 3, which with 4 rooks on the board, and also a little bit of a lecture for our viewers, which I don't feel particularly qualified to give because I'm not very good technically, but if you take on A2 here, I genuinely think the best move in this position is H7, H5.
Yeah.
But the problem with H5 is after Rook C2, Rook F8, and Rook C7, you are actually not winning the A2 pawn. Rook F8 back, we have Rook A7. And here we play G3, G4, we fix the pawn on H7. And these positions have been known to be very, very difficult to hold, even 4 against 3, when you manage to fix the H-pawn in the starting square. They are much, much harder to hold than the ones where black has this setup. But we're getting a little bit carried away. Gawain he has time. He has a very pleasant position. Victory here gives him a clear first place. So I think he would be very much advised to spend some time working out what the cleanest solution is.
Yeah, I just think all of those rook endings where you've got the potential of doubling the rooks on the 7th, and then if you get in G4, I think practically there's no hope. I really love Rook B3 here. I think it's a really nice move.
Yeah. Those are the two options, really, because you're never playing rook d1. Rook d1 just doesn't look right at all. So you either, I mean, there is also rook b7, rook d3, knight e7, but that I think is by far the weakest option.
Yeah,
because after takes, and rook a3, this actually does look like it ends up being a 4 against 3.
But like, even here, let's say I take on c5.
Oh, it's the same position, yeah.
Yeah. But forget. Even let's say I don't go g4.
Okay.
I think g4 is the best move. But just humor me. So if I go rook c7, and you go h5, and let's say I'm trying to organize. I go e4. I just want to. Yeah, I want to run this guy.
Yeah. For this position, it's important to point out that, but I can attack this one. My point was, if I play rook c8, let's say king g2, rook a c8, I have instantly lost to rook takes f7.
Yes,
this is an important little bit of tactic which you have to know. But we can actually attack the other one. And maybe this ends up being enough to either trade a pair
But
of
it
rooks.
reminds me of this ending, this classic. It was Kasparov.
Piquet Kasparov, yeah.
Yeah, because what I just want to show this because. You can organize it. Yeah, let's say f4 takes. Let's say king rook a8. You put the pawn on e5, and now you walk the king. And this is the classic Piquet Kasparov where there was a timely f5, or was it e6?
e6, yeah.
A timely e6.
I think this is still a draw, but this is very losable. You can actually lose this particular setup. You can actually lose because this idea of just running with the king towards the f6 square is actually quite strong, and it requires this very much precision from. A lot of precision from black. This, I think, sort of covers the current state of this game. So let's look elsewhere. Adams against Hong. There's been a bunch of moves. a3, knight c6. Miki traded this pair of knights. Knight d4, rook e3, queen c5. This is kind of going in the wrong direction for white. This is now...
Yeah.
This knight on d4 is unbelievably annoying, and we can pretty much never take it. So... Rook c1, rook e8, rook d3. No, Miki actually managed to solve this problem. This is a very clever move, rook c1. Freeing up the rook on e3 from the protection of the e4 pawn. Black is probably still fine-ish. But maybe we still have some pressure with white, because a4 is a clever move. B takes a4, bishop takes a6, followed by b5. Seems risky. And if you have to play rook b8, ab, maybe white can try to pull this apart a little bit at the seams. This is a... I mean, I would like to play rook e1, a5, but I currently have to pay attention so that I don't blunder the pawn on g4, which is a little bit annoying. I guess we can start with rook e3, and then either rook d1 or rook a1, a5. This is a weakness. But yeah, this is obviously a very, very different outline to this whole thing compared to the really fun line we were looking at after a3, bishop takes d2, queen takes d2. Shah is still playing. This is the current position in that game after... where were we? He played rook h3 in the position we were talking about, rook d1, king e8, takes, rook d4, rook g3. The fact that Shreyas managed to force black to put the rook in front of the passer is obviously an achievement, but this still looks like it shouldn't hold. Although, this is maybe the closest we've had to what might be a draw for a very long time, because Shreyas managed to organize this defense and to stop the g-pawn from progressing further. And he now has, I think, reasonable expectations of being able to trade g3 for e4.
So king e2 has been played.
It has been. So he's calculated something here. Which side do you go?
I actually don't know. Probably...
It's tricky.
F1?
I mean, F1 seems more natural. Then the bishop goes somewhere, I'm assuming, maybe d6. Do not have to think about rook g6, rook g5. And this construction is still quite difficult to deal with. If we play bishop d2, they give a check, they put the rook back on f2, and this is move 40 though, and this represents and we've been talking about this more or less day in, day out. The young man is a lot better than you would suspect at defending really cheerless positions. Once again, with MVL in the studio as well, we were talking about the fact that, I mean, somewhere around here, we expected the game to be cleanly and honestly soon converted into a full point for Shach. And there we are 10 moves later in a position where I wouldn't be shocked if this actually I was wondering if
I was also wondering if you can just walk into
if
it.
he is intending to do this.
But wait, does that allow G2?
This is a check.
It's check.
Rook takes f4 is a check. No, you have to take. And where is he planning to? He just wants to play king d1, I guess, yeah? King d1, rook d4 check, king... No, but then bishop b5. What is he planning to do?
What is this move? King d2, allowing this check.
What are we missing? Because if you play king d3, I will take on e1. I will obviously not put my king on the g file. I'll play king e7. You have rook g4. No, but this is completely lost after rook g1.
This is totally losing.
There's no way this is a draw. I will just play g3, g2, force you to put the king on c2, and then I will generate the passer on the c file, as we all know. And perhaps maybe
There are a million ways to win that.
Yeah,
position.
there are maybe some people in the audience who don't know how to the easiest way to win this, and the easiest way to win this is, I mean, if you play king e2, g2 is not the greatest, but we can play king d6 for now, and then eventually I will play rook b1, and I will start collecting the pawns on the other side of the board. But the relevant bit is, let's say, rook g1, we play king c2, and yes, king f6 wins, but the simplest is just g2. Now the king cannot go anywhere because you have to stop the rook giving it a check. And then you play, in some order, you play c4, you play b5, you play a5, you play b4, and you play, well, here actually you go, I mean, b3 check wins or anything.
Yeah, anything.
It's not difficult. So it can't be that. So it has to be king d1. But then rook d4 check, maybe king e2 is the plan. And then if the bishop goes somewhere, rook g5 maybe.
You just chase the bishop?
No, but I can put it on a square where you cannot attack it. I'm a bit confused because we are, after all, 2 pawns down. And you play something like rook g5. Maybe this is what he's intending. Rook g5, rook e4 check, because we do need to protect this passer, and now king d1. But you do have rook e3. I wish I had MVL here. MVL would tell us both. MVL is much, much better at me at the technical part of the game, I feel.
Well, I think that we don't need MVL to see that this is...
And also, what is Shach thinking about? This is another maybe bishop... no, but that's bad. Because, as mentioned, g2 rook takes f4 actually loses the game for black.
Yes.
This is not an option. And if you play bishop h6, white will play king d1. And now you will actually lose the pawn on g3. So that also doesn't feel particularly attractive.
You just have to play rook takes e4.
Yeah, but he's been thinking for longer than would be reasonable if that was the only move in the position, which it appears to be. This confuses me. Okay, elsewhere. Elsewhere here. And this game ended in a draw. We might have an interview soon because as sort of was expected, it didn't really feel like the game left the equilibrium very much. Nikita played queen takes d2 here. I'm guessing using the fact that rook takes e5 loses to takes.
Bless you.
I'm sorry. And then rook g8 check.
Yeah.
But white played knight d1, bishop d4, queen f5, rook g6, rook f1, takes, rook g8, and we ended up in some very, very level position in which a draw was agreed. Feels like a very nicely played game where perhaps after rook e1, perhaps there was a way to play on here. Maybe one of those two moves actually did something. And considering that the game is over, maybe we can actually ask for a second. Queen takes d2, knight d1. The engine says f5, f4 here is very strong. Actually.
Oh, wow. Just cutting that knight off.
Yeah. Says white black is massively better here after f5,
wow.
f4. And after bishop d4, queen takes f5, this is back to being zeros.
Right.
So a bit of a missed chance there for Nikita. What's going on in Gawain's game? After rook a3, he played rook b3, and she played rook takes a2. I don't think I like this. I think for better or worse, you had to go for this 5 against 4 position. With the expectation that it might actually be lost, but I think if you play a position with more pieces on the board, this has to be a worse outcome. I'm guessing the idea is to meet rook takes b7 with rook d2 and then rook a2. And if this works out, maybe it's not bad at all, actually. Maybe I'm underselling it a little bit. But this only further reinforces something MVL said when he was on air, that even when these positions look very ugly, the defensive resources are a lot sturdier than you would otherwise suspect. She still has 5.5 minutes, but it's for 13 moves against 12 for Gawain. It's going to be a difficult defense for Ju and Jun, but she is so far defending quite resourcefully. Just let me briefly check if there's some other developments, and we'll go back. In Michael Adams's game, after AB, Mickey played rook d3, rook d8, and rook d1, which is a... I wanted to say he is trying to kind of equalize, but that's not quite true, because it feels like black is supposed to go knight takes e4 here. There's really not a lot of choice. You're not going to enjoy playing knight e8. So knight takes e4, we take, and more or less by force we get here, and black probably takes on c2 because allowing c2, c3 is not going to be an improvement, and white goes rook d5. And my immediate reaction was Mickey is trying to just exchange everything off the board and make a draw, but that's not quite right. Because if we take on b5, we are going to be a bit better, and if you play bishop a4 and I take on e5, you're always a little bit worse. In fact, I think the way to draw this position is to actually immediately just give it up.
Give it up, yeah.
Immediately give it up. Put your rook on b2. But the thing is, with the b pawn, strong players have lost this endgame.
Of course.
We know because it's been studied into oblivion. We know this is a draw with perfect play. We kind of know the plans that lead to a draw. You do have to generate as much counterplay as possible on the king side. You need to actually play. I think if you pass, you lose. I think the general consensus is if you pass forever and you allow white, like if we do something like rook b8 check, king g7, b5, we play h5, b6, and then we just shuffle and shuffle and shuffle, and white goes h4, goes g3, and then goes king d4, rook f2, rook c8. You probably lose because it ends up not being fast enough, but somewhere here you're supposed, I think, to play like g5, f5, and start pushing on the king side as early as possible to be a lot further ahead with your own plans. Once white actually has to abandon the king side, give you one of the pawns. So yeah, for the defending side, it's never a particularly fun equation where you do have the option of chilling forever, like playing king g7, allowing the rook to land on c5, and then saying, how are you making progress? But this is not going to be enjoyable. Not a bad practical decision by Mickey. But let's go back to the central game of the round. Gawain played d3, d4. which I guess preserves some flexibility. I'm not quite sure what the difference is after rook d2. I'm sure there is some, but like, why is that so much stronger than rook takes b7 is not entirely clear to me. What are we doing here? No. But we do have the interview, so I guess we'll take a brief pause with this and talk to Vidit and Nikita.
All right.
Welcome back, and we have the first result of the game and the first press conference of the day. Vidit and Nikita made a draw in their fight for potentially a tie for first, which satisfies nobody, I guess. What happened? Like, how did you feel about what was going on?
So nowadays, like, you know, before the game, I was really confused what to play because Nikita has like really good opening preparation and it's not easy to get something. So I was thinking all the lines like e4, d4, knight f3, c4. Then I narrowed down on two lines just because I'm in London Chess Classic. So I thought I should play London, you know. Then I started checking and then I felt, oh, this looks ugly. Then I thought, what's the next best thing I can do while I'm here? I thought English opening makes sense because I'm in England. But sadly, it didn't work out, you know. I need better strategies going ahead.
Yeah, so you did kind of offer the English, but the offer was rebuffed by the movie 76, which is very rude.
Yeah, but you know, in this position, I'm not sure about e5, yeah, so...
Well, you can do it on a previous move. Anyway, and then you played this line, which is kind of topical and has had some reasonably recent practice. And we were trying during the commentary, we were trying to work out when were you finally on your own, both of you? Because it looked like you must both know what's going on, but you were kind of playing slowly.
The thing is, I've freestyled over the board this line. I mean, I knew that Kamer has played it, but it was not like I checked it yesterday, which was, in hindsight, not such a good idea because Nikita knew all the details. I was hoping to get a game somehow, but it's the exact opposite. He got his preparation and I was thinking. So, yeah, it didn't really work out. But I knew such ideas like Queen h4, Bishop f6, but I was trying to figure out over the board the details. Whereas it was clear that Nikita knew all the lines from his time management and everything.
And for you, the first moment where you had to think was...
Actually, it wasn't that easy to me to recall all the details because, you know, I was severely blaming myself because the last line which basically I left my place, yes, and then decided, okay, then I should repeat the last line because we did play it recently, so I repeated this if white goes g3 instead of e3, yes?
Oh, okay.
And, but completely I mean, I thought, okay, why on earth he plays E3? No, I mean,
I was also thinking the same. Why on earth did I play E3? You know?
Yeah, but actually, yes. I mean, one of the most challenging things in chess these days, of course, we both knew this position, but how to get it? Yeah. So, like, I wasn't because the move which didn't come easy to me is bishop c5 because what happens if you start with bishop b5? I mean, after d4 immediately bishop b5.
You can take on e3, no?
It's fine, yeah.
I assume so.
Machine also just goes bishop d6, d4 castles and says.
Yeah, bishop d6. Yeah, but well, of course there are probably more than one way for black. Yeah, but you know somehow it's very difficult when you have this position in your mind. Yeah, this which we eventually got.
This one, I guess.
Yeah, because and I remember that. Vincent Kemmer, yes. In fact, he played several games here, and this position, it's not that it has some venom for black, yes. And well, probably the fact that I knew that I like should be sort of careful here, it stopped me to play more ambitiously when I got my chance. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's yes.
Bishop e5 is supposedly a novelty as far as I could work out.
The last move I kind of knew. I mean, I'm not sure, but I think Queen d3 is the way.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I mean, I remembered something like this happened in Kemmer Grishuk. Maybe it's not exact this position. But after Queen d3 during the game, I was like, why am I here? You know, why am I suffering? Like, for no reason at all with white, I got into this. And probably, as Nikita told me after the game, maybe rook d1 is the way and put queen on e4.
I believe so, yeah. And it's not, still black has somehow to be careful because it's...
rook a1? Yeah?
Rook a1, yeah. I mean, because somehow Vincent managed to...
this is the...
Yeah, I think so, yeah. He managed to win a couple of games here.
Yeah, but that's Vincent.
I mean, compared to the game, this looks like a dream to me.
It's paradise, yeah.
Queen h5, f4.
F4, no.
My king is so safe here.
No. Here, I think white is just better. So, I think I should do here something else.
I think you have to exchange queens, like rook d8, queen e4, you allow something like this, if I remember.
I was thinking about king h8, queen e4, maybe queen... Do I have queen d6 here, or it's too much?
I mean, I'm not really worried about this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like king h1.
But maybe you actually take on h2.
Yeah.
So it's a useful pawn to pick up, yeah.
Can I go d4?
Yeah, well, you're still not threatening anything. Really.
Queen h4, knight e2.
Ah, queen h4.
Okay, then rook j8, no?
Queen h4.
Bishop back.
Knight e4.
Sorry, also knight rook just. Oh, sorry.
Knight can also have some threats.
Yeah, maybe this though. Yeah.
Queen f4 and queen h3.
But this queen h3 or g6. I was planning to play knight e2. Maybe queen g5 works out. I don't know.
Well, I think we are like.
Yeah, we're far away from precision, and I'm trying not to do it with an engine because it's less interesting. I think just
but clearly
reading out.
This is the way to go for white.
Probably, yeah. But you were not yet worse after queen h3. I don't think. I think this is still kind of fine, but
I think you have to play rook e1, stop f5, and get my knight to e4. Like if I play rook e1, I don't know what you wanted to do. Like,
well, like I was quite satisfied that definitely I'm not worse here. Yeah, so I would be thinking. Yeah, I'm not sure. Rook, maybe f5 here as well. No?
Rook e5.
No,
not here. Yeah.
Too much. No, not f5. Of course, not f5. Yeah. Sorry. Taking on d2 somehow wasn't the tempting. Maybe queen f4.
Queen f4.
Yeah, this is
the and okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
these types of positions end up being very equal. I think. Yeah. So maybe this was better. Rook g1. Yeah, f5 is already a problem, and I think I was really worse here. Yeah.
Maybe I should go rook d1 I don't know.
MVL was when MVL was on air here. I think we were finding some way to equalize here, but it was very unnatural.
KD1 maybe or no?
It's very unnatural. Already it's kind of actually difficult for you.
Yeah, it's really difficult.
There's no equality. Yeah, Rook A1 and Queen takes D2 is the solution.
Yeah, I missed Queen D2 of course.
Yeah, Queen D2, 91. And,
F4.
Yeah, and here F4.
I think it's lights out after
It's difficult for white.
Yeah, but the thing is that I was considering a 4, of course, but in some different versions. Somehow I was thinking about bishop d4 first, bishop d4. No, instead of queen d2. Here, bishop d4. Why do I need it? Yeah. Okay, and here if knight d1, then f4. Yeah, but it's it's way slower. Yes, I mean you can go rook g4 something, yeah, or.
Yeah, rook g4 is possible. I'm trying to calculate knight c3, but it probably doesn't work. No, bishop f2 is very strong, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really.
For some reason, I just. Yeah, of course, I wanted to make it work, but I don't know why.
But here f4 is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's extremely dangerous for white. I don't know if it's objectively already completely lost, but.
I think like how do I?
I don't know.
Like queen f5, I was thinking, f6.
Yeah, but this just stops everything. Yeah.
And the problem is I cannot go rook e5 yet because takes and then queen d1 and then he has queen f1 at the end.
Oh, this,
yeah. So I thought I'll play h4, but now the problem with h4 is that okay, now rook e5 is actually a threat. So if he plays queen d5, a move like this, king h2, and maybe I can survive because again queen f3 is always rook e5. But the problem was just one move, rook g1 and rook g8. And the problem is I don't have perpetual anymore because the king hides on h6. Like king g7 and queen g4, king h6.
Yeah, and there's just no checks. Yeah.
And then my knight on d1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just did not see what to do after f4. I was thinking to play h3. f6, h3 so that I have h4 square. I don't really believe in this.
Yeah, this looks grim somehow. But after bishop d4, you're back to being fine.
Yeah.
Queen f5 is. So I guess this is maybe the sequence starting from here, where I think in this position you probably have more than one solution maybe to equalize, and after rook g1 f5 it's already a problem, and this is just kind of bad.
Yeah, series of bad moves.
Yeah, but then you got a reprieve.
Yeah.
Shall we take a look so that maybe you feel a bit better, or at least maybe Nikita feels a bit better? We can take a look at the end game and the other game, because I don't think it would have mattered as much. This looks lost, right?
Yeah, practically.
I think in practical terms, this looks lost. So I think in terms of fighting for first, even a victory in this game probably wouldn't have given any one of you the desired outcome. Just a 4g4, g5, I think, maybe kind of.
How is Mickey doing?
They drew somehow already.
They drew?
Mickey just offered a draw here. I was giving this whole speech about this being quite unpleasant. And Mickey just offered a draw here. He's just laughing at me, which is fair. So this game is a draw. Shahryar is now, I think.
Why would you offer draw with white there?
I don't know.
Because you can.
Why not play on for a bit? But mainly to make me look stupid, I think. This probably is winning for black because you can play something like bishop d6, and I have no idea how you're. Hang on, why did we give it rook g5? He's gone rook c1. Okay, different positions. So we have this position on the board. After king c2, he played bishop d6. He gave this check, put the bishop back, played rook c1, and now bishop e5. So he is just going after the queen side. Looks quite efficient, I guess, to up. Does it feel like it should hold for white?
I think it's more likely to lose than.
Yeah, I think it's extremely likely to be.
What do you
b3 or b4, maybe just to get some pawns off the board, but before c4 though, even maybe. Yeah, this looks kind of grim for
b3. What do you do?
The young man.
Rook b1.
Bishop g3.
Rook g1.
Yeah, this is good. And the pawn ending must be lost. Yeah, there's no way the pawn ending isn't lost. Yeah. So I guess a slightly kind of a unsatisfying conclusion to the tournament for both of you. This is my final chance to talk to you, so I have to finally do the thing that I was planning to do the whole tournament. Congratulations on your future nuptials.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about this important thing that is probably more important than any of this?
Well, that's the thing that keeps me going after playing such games, you know. There's something to look forward to in life. So,
Well, this is kind of a whirlwind development, yeah, because I think when we were playing the GCL, either you didn't tell me or this wasn't actually happening yet. One of the two, yeah.
no, I didn't tell you.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense, honestly. That makes a lot more sense than the other version. So, yeah, congratulations. When is this happening?
In couple of months. Like, haven't decided all the details. Just like my opening prep, you know, it's last minute. So.
Yeah. What's the expected number of guests?
In hundreds, the question
Not thousands,
is...
yeah?
No. If I had won this tournament, I would have considered it with the extra prize money, but now it has to be in hundreds, yeah.
All right. So, yeah, good things happening. Always cheerful to know. And congratulations yet again. And
Thank
Nikita, yeah, this probably wasn't the last game you wanted, but...
Well, yeah, frankly, this chance which I got, it wasn't like I got it, not because I was playing brilliant, yeah, but actually I played this line trying to equalize, yes, and well, eventually I did it, yeah. So, yeah, it's. Being alert is what actually defines the best players. Yes, even in this lines. Yes, they are always keen to win the game. Yeah, and I was kind of probably psychologically yes, not satisfied, but I wasn't.
Well, you play this line to equalize, and you stick in this kind of
wasn't really
mindset.
looking hard for the best. Yes, I wasn't pushing as hard as I should have. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this definitely is something that happened a lot of time to me. Thanks, guys, very much. And I'm assuming you're playing all the side events.
Yeah, are you playing as well?
No, I'm leaving after this. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Tomorrow is Blitz.
Tomorrow is the Super Blitz, and then the blindfold on.
Do you know what time is it?
The Blitz is. I could look it up, but I would need.
In the morning, I think 11 or
morning,
something.
Yeah, the Blitz occupies more or less the entire day, and the blindfold is closer to evening. Have you played kind of competitive blindfold?
I have.
Mind games, maybe, yeah.
No, that time I think blindfold was not there when I played, but I've played against Anish in this death match.
It included blindfold.
Yeah,
I wasn't aware.
And I have 100% score. So.
Out of how many?
I think 2 games. So
it's a solid 2 out of 2. What about you?
The first time I think I played sort of competitive game at blindfold was this year in summer during Chess Fest with me and Gawain. We were playing against the position. I'm not sure, but against people.
So it's gonna be a fun event, and it's a pity I'm going to miss all of that. But I wish you all the best and have fun. It's probably a bit more fun than at least supposed to be. I think more.
For sure,
kind of an enjoyable thing with no pressure. So good luck in that, and
Thank you.
all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And back we come with another interview with the game that just finished between Michael Adams and Andrew Hong. A very interesting game which had a couple of very sharp potential turning points, but also a kind of a slow Sicilian which you don't often see. So how did you feel? How did you feel coming out of the opening? How did you feel about your positions, respective positions?
I quite like my position at one stage. I thought I just need to get in knight d5, but never. I prepared it the whole game, and it never actually got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was fine, but obviously I think I definitely misplayed it. But no, in general, I was quite disappointed because I was like inviting him for a fun game, and he took on d4 the queen, and I was like, okay, I guess it's this time of day. So.
No, but you still actually got an interesting game. It's just not the kind of a maybe game you wanted to get. But these positions are kind of shockingly much more difficult than they look, and much more sort of intricate to play than they look. And already here, the engine actually kind of, and looks like Gawain has just won his game. So yeah, we'll interrupt the interview to congratulate Gawain on the victory in the tournament. Just a clear victory here. Actually, by now, even a draw would have been enough.
Yeah.
But this is even better for him, and yeah, very well played tournament by Gawain, winning by a full point clear of the field with 5 out of 7. And back to this position. Already here, it feels like maybe there is no clear path to easy equality.
Yeah, I think it's knight a5, bishop e6. It's a bit dubious. I was debating between a few ideas, but yeah, I kind of forgot he had this queen e1 idea. It's quite unpleasant now.
Yeah, it's an important resource, yeah. And then, unless you have a different position in mind, we come to, I guess, maybe the most critical moment in the game, which is this position where White spent the last 5 moves trying to get the pieces on correct squares to play knight d5 later, and knight b4 followed by bishop h6 is, I mean, specifically aimed at what happened in the game, right? You want to provoke rook e2, which allows you finally to play 7e5, which is a very decent improvement for you. But there was this option of playing a3. I even briefly considered, I remember during the analysis, starting with knight c6, thinking maybe it gives you some additional options. But the problem is the rook can now go to d1.
Yeah, rook d3, rook
Apart
d1.
from knight d5 still existing,
Exactly.
rook d1 stops e5, and knight d5 will happen next. Yeah. So I guess you have to take. And in this position, even queen h6, shockingly, is not stupid.
Yeah.
But this is maybe the most central position that we were discussing. The three of us, MVL was also on air at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So what was like your general feeling about all of these things? Because we didn't really come to any conclusion. We tried not to use the engine too much, and without the engine, this seems very confusing.
I mean, obviously I should do it. I mean, my problem was, of course, I missed this rook e2, e5, and I thought both continuations were good, and I wasn't so sure here. I mean, yeah, I mean, I was looking at this funny knight e4 also, which is very strange, and then knight e5, and you know, busting this wasn't actually as easy as I thought.
No.
It initially might.
Although, what happens if we do this?
Yeah. And I guess the knight goes back to.
I was hoping knight g5 will win, but I'm not sure it wins. Like, I'm getting to h7, but I don't know if I'm winning the game, though. Maybe I am.
Probably are.
Maybe you are.
Maybe I am, because I will take on f6, I'll take on e5, and then f7 will start.
Yeah, bishop e6, maybe.
Yeah, bishop e6, I'm still not 100% sure. Although it does look kind of very promising, but the game is still very much on, you know.
Well, I was thinking instead of bishop d3, rook e1, maybe.
Yeah, rook e1 also makes sense.
I thought because I have the additional rook e4, rook h4, so I have no idea what to do.
Is queen c2 not a move at all?
Rook e4.
Rook e4, knight g5, simply, yeah.
Oh, you have. Oh.
Yeah, and there's queen h7,
No,
h8.
knight f3 check and queen b2. I forgot.
Ah.
and the queen comes back.
Yeah, that's actually not great at all because it gets to G7. Yeah, it's a huge mess, and of course we can switch the engine
I mean,
on
I
and
was
find
thinking a
out,
bit
but-
about bishop e5 and bishop d3. I thought maybe that was interesting, but it's still not. And just to try and get the knight to g5.
Yeah, knight f6, bishop e6 again, I guess.
But then
Yeah,
I
but
thought-
it's the same position pretty much. We can always get somewhere.
But then after bishop d3, I thought maybe even e6 was possible. It's just lots
No, but
of
this
defensive ideas.
This rook e1's probably good though. Queen c2, I have bishop e5 and then rook e4.
Queen c2,
probably
bishop
can
e4.
take here. I mean, there was
Yeah.
a check on f2, but I don't think it does too much. King h2 and take on e4 should be winning.
Yeah, and we always have rook h4 as
So
the
actually,
very
rook e1, queen c2 is not working. So welcome
Yeah.
black too.
Yeah, maybe that works.
Maybe that works, yeah. And there's also, as MVL also mentioned on there, there's queen e3 and queen f4, which have to be considered separately because maybe provoking f5 or bishop f5 improves white's chances down the stretch. But yeah, very kind of a. I mean, optically, of course, it looks very attractive, but it also, if it doesn't work, it will backfire quite a bit. So a very committal decision. And from the black side, I guess, as we mentioned, as a kind of a bailout, you do have the option of returning this pawn. And I mean, it's not immediately horrible. Maybe you can play
f6 and bishop f5.
Yeah, maybe you start queen c5 before, maybe f6, bishop d4. I thought.
Yeah, bishop f5,
bishop f5, rook c1, and we just start pushing. And I think you pretty much always take white, but I'm not sure if it's a lot. I suspect it's a kind of a position which can be defended with very precise play, but it's enjoyable. So yeah, I think what it comes down to is what you said is, and we were wondering about this on air as well, because we also didn't see e5, and we were arguing that because rook e2 doesn't really seem much worse, and doesn't really let anything go, why not just keep all the advantages of your position?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I thought, okay, I don't want to spend too long because rook e2, I think I have a good position. I just want to keep time, and then I should have spent more time there. But okay, it's always the balance.
Yeah. And then black is suddenly, I don't know if completely fine, maybe just completely fine, honestly,
I thought
because
completely fine. Like, that's why I burned a long time on bishop h6 too.
Yeah.
Because I thought rook e2 was most likely.
Yeah, and then at some point here, I thought, is it possible that black is maybe even pushing? But
Yeah, I was thinking, but I
probably not.
I couldn't concretely keep the knight on d4, so it's a bit frustrating. But
Did you feel like, did you see any way for black to not have to take on f3?
No, not exactly. I mean, I wasn't very happy because I thought it could easily go wrong, but I didn't really see. I mean, after bishop c6, I felt, okay, now at least the c file is my knight on c3 won't be a target. And then I thought I shouldn't really be worse. And I'd seen this a4 idea. And then I thought, okay, if I can give back the weak b pawn, then you feel it's no danger for white, certainly, at least.
I suspect probably was just equal the entire time.
Yeah,
honestly didn't
I
see anything
mean,
better.
I think if anyone is better here, it's probably white, actually, because of the fixed weakness on b5.
Yeah, I thought he could play on with bishop d3 with idea queen e2.
This way.
But okay, it was the last game, so I didn't mind having a bit more life. But I guess maybe king g7 or something, because d5 actually concretely doesn't work. D5, ed, and bishop g6 without taking on d5. This works. So I have to go maybe something like king g7 and then defend queen b7 maybe.
Yeah, queen b7, b6 seems logical, just to put it on a good square. And
I'm sure probably it's close.
I have some rook a1,
Can
a5
you go
ideas.
d5 there instead of after queen e2, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, just the problem is positionally, I'm not really
you have
better anymore.
You have queen takes before in the end.
Yes.
I was kind of optimistic for a second, but you have queen before, and this has to be.
Everything liquidates. Well,
yeah, there's still
bishop c6.
Yeah. Bishop c6 is a very solid move. Yeah.
Okay, so it probably liquidates all anyways. So.
Yeah, and the final kind of slightly ironic moment was on air. I was saying this is still a little bit annoying for black, and decisions have to be made in this position.
Force draw.
And then rook
d8.
d8. Rook d8 is strong. Yeah.
It's good immediate draw. Bishop d3 minimal.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
But also, actually, I was considering if I wanted to, after takes, instead of taking on c2, to go rook c8. But keep playing like this. But okay, it's an f3 probably, something like this.
Yeah, f3 is still extremely solid. Yeah, I don't think black can be better.
It can take on c2, but yeah, even rook d5. Probably.
Yeah, but yeah, we can do the same as well. Yeah, doesn't really feel like white should be struggling here somehow. So yeah, it seems like there was this one turning point, and then the game seemed logically played from that moment onwards.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean that was the key moment. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of interesting variations earlier, but you don't have time to see all that stuff. But yeah, that was clearly the key moment where I clearly had to. If I see e5, then I would just try it because makes no sense tournament-wise. But yeah, I just when that rook e2 e5, I think then black is.
Yeah,
just
it instantly looks a lot more comfortable, and I'm not sure white really has any hopes of advantage anymore once we get here. So, how would you view the tournament overall? I guess more to you, Andrew, because this is maybe a slightly new experience for you playing in a round robin like this.
Yeah, definitely. It was very, very nice to have this opportunity. I'm very thankful, but I mean, it's sort of, I guess, one of my first times playing this sort of event, and okay, I think it kind of showed a bit because, I mean, looking through my games, I think I could have made a bit more of my chances, but okay.
Yeah, you definitely had some options, some opportunities in the early rounds, which went missing, but
I guess it's how the game goes sometimes. So, I mean, the experience is always good. So, I'm glad to have been able to play.
And for you, I guess, kind of the slow start.
Really, I ended up with more points than I deserved, if we're completely honest. So, but okay, I mean, I tried to fight in these tough black games, and I got very lucky this time. But okay, at least I'm still fighting.
You absolutely are, yeah. And we're probably going to have the winner of the tournament come in soon. So thank you guys for coming in, and we'll probably get to talk to Gawain in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. I'm using this mic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last round of this year's London Chess Classic, sponsored by XTX Markets. And I'm joined by none other than, we can confirm this, the winner of the 14th edition of the London Chess Classic, the one and only Gawain Jones. Gar, congratulations, mate. Absolutely brilliant. I said it at the start of the tournament. I said, I think everybody here was rooting for you once you got off to that great start. And truth be told, you were really never in danger.
I think the last few days have felt like a lot of suffering. Today was nice, but against Shaq, I was very, very fortunate to survive.
That's true.
And then, yeah, I was suffering in a few of the other games. Against Andrew yesterday, he could have put an awful lot of pressure on me. I don't think I was lost, but it was very close.
Yeah, perhaps, but you know what? You stuck in there. You made the draws when you had to make the draws. You found the important moves when you had to find the important moves. And truth be told, you took your chances more than everybody else. I mean, if we look at some of the other games, even, you know, for example, Shaq against Mickey yesterday, where...
Mickey definitely took his chance there.
Mickey took his chance, but you would, you know, a Shaq that's really in form, you would think maybe he'd find a way there. And if he had won yesterday, suddenly you're on the same points. Everything seemed to kind of
Yeah, all went my way.
Went
Yeah.
your way this
Yeah.
tournament. And as we were saying just in the intermission there, I think we can safely say, Gawain, that this is your greatest tournament
I think
victory in your career, right?
Yeah, this year's gone very well, but yeah, this definitely has to be the peak performance.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Well, we'll have a quick look at the game, of course, for all of our lovely viewers out there. So I think another thing that Peter and I were commenting on was that your opening selection today, I think, was fantastic. I just really think, given the tournament situation, well, precisely, because you knew that a draw might win you the tournament anyway. Are you really going to go crazy with white? What's the point, right?
Yeah.
So I think,
especially against Ju Wenjun, who's such a fiercely
tenacious
aggressive player and tenacious player. Yeah, that she's got so many good scalps and experience of being world champion after all. So, but yeah, I didn't prepare this precise line, so started thinking.
We can of course go into the
I can play
theoretical-
d4 and try and make a draw immediately, but
Yes.
I decided I was not going to be quite that craven.
Yeah, but you weren't that desperate at this stage. And I think the first important moment to discuss, well, D3 here is interesting. D4 is also another line which you're probably aware of. C takes D4, bishop E3. Apparently is all the rage, according to Mr. Svidler.
Defer to Peter there.
Yes. So, but D3, of course, the old, excuse me, let me rewind that.
And that was all she wrote.
That
Yeah, I had this position against D3 against Timur Rajabov in one of the online rapids. And I couldn't remember exactly, and I lost a horrible game. And it's supposed to just be equal, but I thought it was an interesting test line.
Yeah, and basically this line...
but then bishop takes B2, and I was completely on my own.
Yeah, this move apparently is not played... Apparently the move bishop D7 is the move.
Yeah, bishop D7
here.
is the main line.
Yeah, and knight D4, queen D6, and something like takes, rook C1, and now importantly, queen E6.
Yeah, I was trying to
targeting
remember
A2.
this. And yeah, black holes with some accurate moves.
Exactly.
But that was fine for today.
Which was
if she
fine,
plays
right? You would,
perfectly.
if she played perfectly, you just take the draw and move on, right?
Yeah,
But
and see what
she
happens.
took on B2, which is not played as much. It's still okay, I believe, after rook B1. But here, I think, importantly, she has to go bishop F6.
Ah, really? Okay, she played bishop G7
Bishop
immediately.
G7 is,
But-
I think,
so
an inaccuracy, just because you do need to cover E7 in so many of these lines.
But it's very tough to know because like knight D2 to E4, you don't want to hit
Correct.
the bishop on F6 as well. So.
I felt like she was on her own here already, by the way. It didn't feel like she was in
Well, she
book
played
anymore.
it very quickly, but then had a long think after my next move. So maybe
which
she
is-
mixed something up.
Which is a great move, of course, queen A4. And now her next move really is a mistake.
I only know this from like colors reversed, this trendy pawn sacrifice
That's right.
that is sort of clinging on. And I thought, okay, I'm 2 tempi up or something on that. So
So it's got to be good.
yeah. I wanted both the queen D7.
Yes, queen D7
It
is the
looks
correct
ridiculous,
move.
but yeah, okay.
It's the correct move. And now after bishop takes C5,
Then it's time to go B6 and bishop B7, right?
B6, the bishop can actually take here. And now you have knight D4.
Yeah, this is the line I was thinking because she had a long think, so I was trying to calculate this stuff.
Here takes and takes. And after bishop B7, probably you're holding on here with black. Just
Although it's still
about.
quite pleasant for
Although it's unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the line. Queen D7 is not the first choice, the candidate move, but
No.
yeah, I thought that maybe it's the best one to have these tricks with knight D4.
But actually, after queen D6, knight D2, it's incredible just how unpleasant this position is for
Yeah.
black.
Yeah, I have some forcing things with rook FC1 as well. Rook FC1.
Instead of knight D2.
Yeah, and then B6.
D4.
D4 probably. I mean, I can probably regain the pawn as well. But this stuff seemed to be just about holding for her, as far as I could see. With knight, yeah, knight takes, C takes,
And
bishop
E5.
F4, E5.
Gets a bit messy, doesn't it?
Yeah, some bishop F5. She's already got 2 pawns
Yeah.
here. So even if it's 2 pawns to the exchange, should be okay.
Agreed.
So yeah, I was
Yes.
pleased with knight D2. Just
Yeah, I think this move nicely keeps the tension, doesn't clarify things, and asks
Yeah.
her questions still.
That's this big problem that black has about defending the b7 and c5 pawns and developing the bishop on c8. Very difficult to do all of them.
Yep.
So probably knight d4 is forced.
Yeah, knight d4 is okay.
I wonder if she should take with the queen after I
Yes. I think taking with the queen is the right
not
move.
to have the same issues that she has in the game.
And after takes...
Yeah, so I exchange queen, cd, and then I was trying to figure out whether I have anything stronger, but bishop b7, rook b8, and something like this, swap and knight c4, or...
I mean, this is still
take
very
rook
pleasant
b1 or
for
something.
white,
Yeah.
isn't it? But she's got chances.
Like a perfect Benko or something, right?
Yeah.
Regain the pawn and then win the structure. But yeah, I guess it should be a draw, objectively.
Objectively,
But a lot of suffering.
But a lot of suffering, and you're free-rolling so many of these endings.
Yeah.
But what she did in the game, bishop takes d4, Peter was very critical of this move. He didn't like this move at all.
I think she overlooked knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4. Believe
How
it
about
or
a mistake? Do I have something better? Should I throw e3 in first?
Apparently, knight to e4 is very, very strong here, which is very strange.
Ah, okay.
And after queen c7, you can go rook fc1.
On the bishop
And just
d7.
Queen takes d4.
Yeah, I missed queen takes d4
Yeah.
was the move. Yeah, okay. That's yeah, I should have spent more time on knight e4. I just got carried away with knight c4 to b6.
It's so natural to put the knight on c4.
Yeah.
So knight c4, queen c7, and now you go
So
queen
I can,
a3.
if I go knight b6, she probably gives the exchange with ab. I
Yes.
think. But this I wasn't so convinced about. I lose all my play, and yeah, some pawns are dropping.
Yeah, you don't want this. I
Yeah,
don't
the bishops
think.
are so powerful in the center here.
Yeah. So I think you played absolutely correct. I actually really loved queen a3. I thought that was a really clever move. Forcing her to find rook b8, which she did find, but
Yeah, I think it's absolutely thought. But she spent far too long.
she spent 37 minutes on
Yeah.
this move.
It's-
Yeah.
Practically, that was kind of losing mistake, I think.
Yeah.
Because rook b8 is forced. Because
Yeah.
otherwise I'm going rook fc1 and e3 and just
Exactly.
kicking everything back. There's no way of developing the queen side without playing rook b8. So
Yeah, she had to find that earlier. You did
I'm sure she did, and then she's just calculating these lines and trying to figure out how to hold, but
Yeah.
I have to make a decision. I thought maybe bishop e6.
Bishop
This
e6.
is the main line I was calculating. And
Uh,
then can I go e3? E3, rook fc1, or taking the pawn on b7 or all? Because now if she takes on c4,
what about something like this? You want to go...
yeah, and then what was I going to go?
It's not that straightforward.
No, well, I thought this was her best try.
Because you can't take on b7 here, right? I don't think.
Well, I can, right? But so rook b7, we exchange everything.
And she takes on c4, and you think...
I think she should play rook b8 first, because if she takes, then she won't be able to move my bishop.
Okay, so rook b8.
Because now I can't play rook b1 because of bishop d5. So I
Mhm.
drop back somewhere.
And do you think this is... Oops.
And I thought this should be a draw.
This one
But of
here.
course, suffering.
Real
I can
suffering.
choose whether I want this way or just play rook fc1 to keep my structure
Mhm.
and not rush. I think I was going to go rook fc1 instead.
Okay.
But I thought this was a better try than bishop g4.
Okay.
Just try and get this opposite color bishops. But my a pawn is quite fast.
This is
So it's,
suffering.
yeah.
This is suffering. Yeah.
But put the bishop on a5 and rook on d2 or something. I think it should be holding.
Yeah, but what actually happened in the game where you took, she played bishop g4, which I think is fine, e3, bishop f6, rook fc1. And now rook a8 is good, but queen b6 was excellent.
Yeah, I don't think she'd notice queen b6.
Yeah. Queen
Because the
b6
problem now is, if the queens come off the board, then I'm going to, maintain my d3 pawn, like in the game. And play
Yes.
Knight d5, win both the c and b pawns, and probably it's lost. With
Yeah.
the same color bishop.
So much suffering. And in the game after queen d7, queen b3, this was a lovely move, threatening knight b6. She came back.
Anyway, yeah.
And knight b6 anyway, right?
Tactics just about work here. Yeah.
Yeah, she has to go queen d6. I mean, she can take on b3, actually.
So take on b3, take on d7, take on a2, take on b7.
Rook fd8 and knight takes c5 and
Yeah, it's the same suffering.
just an extra pawn.
Yeah.
And just an eternity.
And my knight
of
is better than
suffering.
that dark square bishop.
Yep.
So.
And you just just horrible. So that's why she went queen d6. Bishop d5 was excellent. Really, really nice move. She took. You took with the queen, of course. Takes.
Yeah, I thought maybe rook a d8.
Yeah.
Here. Although it looks a bit strange.
Rook
I might
takes
just
c5.
I can go rook c5. I think I just missed that. I was calculating taking on b7 and a4, which also looks promising. With this big knight on b6.
This is just...
Yeah, okay. No, I missed rook to c5.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. Okay, so queen d5, knight d5. So maybe rook a5 here or...
Rook a5?
This is the move I thought was most tenacious.
And if you take on b7?
Rook d8.
Uh-huh.
And now I probably have to give up my knight. And then I was wanting rook back to b3.
Oh, rook back to b3.
Rook c3, rook takes a2.
And then if you take...
But maybe I can take on c5.
You can take on c5.
I can give the check, but... Oh, yeah. No, I'm in time there, aren't I?
You're in
Yeah.
time.
Okay, yes. You're right. I can go rook c3.
What we're saying is here, here, here.
Rook d3, rook c8 check, importantly. Yeah, king g7, rook c7.
And you take on f6 and...
And I get there before she does.
And that's really over.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't take the pawn, but still, that's... I thought maybe that was a better try.
But rook b3 was excellent.
Yeah, I was calculating some other things, but then, yeah...
No, this is just excellent.
Keeping the d3 pawn is much better pawn to keep. Because it just makes that bishop on f6 terrible.
Yeah, rook d2, we thought
I had
was
a mini
best
panic
try.
here.
Yeah. I thought you... yeah.
Started calculating some ridiculous lines where, like, rook takes b7, rook a1 check.
Yeah.
King g2, rook a2, king f3. And I probably am better that way, but...
No, but you are blowing it here. You are, yeah.
And then I was wondering, to take on f6 and go passive with my rook or something. But then, thankfully, I realized that...
Brilliant move, yeah.
Maneuver.
Just a great
Just
move.
about enough time to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think that's it, really, once my knight gets to e4. Yeah. So if it was a light square bishop, she'd have a good fight. But with the dark square bishop, it can do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and once knight e4 happens, this guy falls and then...
Yeah, tactically, she can never go e6, so she can't move.
e6, knight d6 being the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once you get in g4, now you're threatening g5, and after g5...
I thought maybe she should try king f8 as the last try. Like going g5 is akin to resignation, I think.
You mean king f8 here?
Yeah, at least. And give me the choice whether I'm taking on f6. I'd take on f6. So.
Yeah, this has to be winning, right, with this guy?
But...
The king's cut. I can't believe that you wouldn't win this.
Yeah, I'm not under any rush either. But when she goes g5, she just can't move again is the problem. Just another weakness. Yeah. And here she resigned because, d5, d6 are going to be my next couple of moves. She can't move. Then I'll take the bishop, go rook d5, and I can just win by zugzwang rather than having to do anything else.
It doesn't get much smoother than that. There was a tiny moment after rook d2, but you found knight c3. But apart from that, really, you were just in full control.
Yeah, I managed to keep the... her attack under wraps. Yeah, and it worked out well.
Absolutely. Well, what can we say? Just a consummate professional performance this tournament. As I said, I think the thing is, some results did go your way. That is true. You had some.
I definitely had the run of the green.
Definitely, but. The truth is that you took your chances, you converted your winning positions when others didn't, and you're the deserved winner of this tournament, and by the margin you have won it. You also win a nice cash prize, which we found out, £25,000.
Yeah,
might be one of your top wins. Is that your top one?
Yeah,
do you
by
think?
far.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. That's,
okay. So it's a lovely little cash injection there. And the good news is it's not even over because we've got the Super Blitz tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which I'm also, they had to bring the big guns in.
Not expecting very much from that one, but let's have some fun.
Well, they brought in Ali Reza, they've brought in MVL, and even not, they've said, look, you better play as well just to,
Yeah, not too shabby players, yeah.
No, we've got a great tournament tomorrow, which, by the way, as far as I understand, will be commentated on by the tournament organizer himself and Mr. Payne Jr., So if you're looking for commentary for the Blitz tomorrow, I believe that is happening. And then on Sunday, Gawain, I believe you're going to be playing the blindfold
Yeah, that'll
tournament as
be
well.
another interesting experience. I've never played any proper blindfold, just like a couple exhibition games, but never a blindfold tournament. So.
I actually think you're one of, you're the sort of player that would be extremely talented at blindfold. I think it's one of your strengths.
Well, I think practicing it probably would have helped.
Well, you will practice on Sunday,
Yeah.
but look,
I think it's 10 minutes each blindfold, so I imagine there'll be a lot of tension, people forgetting the position, just trying random moves because we're playing on the computer, so
That's
just
right.
clicking random squares and hoping it picks up a piece at some point.
well, look, I think you'll do just fine, Gar. And well, what else can we say? Then there's going to be the dinner on Monday, so you might have to prepare a little speech. Just a little one. A couple of days for that. But I think I can speak on behalf of everybody when we say congratulations, you're the deserved winner. You're the guy that 90% of people in this room wanted to win, maybe more, 95%. So we're all over the moon for you, Gawain. Career, best performance, and may there be many more.
Thanks a lot.
All right. So let's give it up. Huge congratulations, round of applause for the London Chess Classic 2024, the 14th edition winner, Grandmaster Gawain Jones.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gar. And we will go for a short break, after which I believe the final game has in fact concluded, and I believe Mamajarov did win, which means the tournament is officially over. I don't know if we're going to get them in the booth. I don't know if Shaq is around. We'll figure it out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and then we'll close the show for today. Hello, everybody, and this really is the last word for this year's London Chess Classic. Here again with the tournament winner. If you've joined us very late, but we're here with Gawain and his lovely daughter, who are going to celebrate tonight for sure. Gawain, his greatest tournament victory in his already illustrious chess career. We have, I should mention, had the final result of the tournament confirmed. Shahryar Mamedyarov did beat Shreyas Royal, and the final standings are as follows. Gawain Jones a full point clear of the field. Mickey Adams, Nikita Vichikov, Vidit, and
my rating.
Shaq. And that's the ratings are wrong, but the place is great. Well, tell you what, we'll just give you that rating. You performed at that or above, actually, I should say.
Here is your co-host.
And I can see my co-host as well. Perhaps we should get Peter. Okay, Peter's done. Okay, well, are we getting the whole family in? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got Peter, of course, and I think as I said before, we're all over the moon for Gar. Thank you so much. It's important, though, as we wrap up the show, to give our thanks to everybody here, the organization, for making this tournament possible. The sponsors, XTX Markets, thank you so much. Without them, of course, this wouldn't be possible this year. To Chess in Schools and Communities and Malcolm, of course, for their endlessly, the work they put into this tireless year in, year out, whenever the tournament can happen, to make it possible. And of course, we've got Gawain, his daughter, his son, his mum, the whole family. This is a truly family-oriented event. I mean, it really is one big family here in London. It's an absolute delight to be here, and long may it continue. And I want to also give thanks to Tomasz, to the technical team who has also made this happen, and of course to my delightful co-host, Peter Svidler, who perhaps... a lot of you guys, you don't see it on camera, but one of the sweetest and top stand-up guys that I've ever had the opportunity to work with, and to somebody I'm honored to call a friend. And that really is, I think, going to be it for this year. We've got the Blitz tomorrow. There will be commentary for that, so you will be able to catch that. It starts at 4:00 the same time. Peter, would you like to say any parting words? I'll show you.
I think all that remains to be said is I agree with every word Lauren said. It's been a blast doing this for the past 7 days. I really, really enjoyed it, and I'm very happy for this crew.
And Gawain, maybe just some very quick words to the online audience.
Yeah, slightly distracted here. Well, thanks everyone for watching and cheering on. It's been a great opportunity for me. I had no thought of winning this. It was just a great opportunity of playing these top players. So yeah, I'd like to thank Malcolm for this opportunity and a great event. Thanks to XTX to make it possible. And Emirates is a pretty good venue.
It is. Yes.
It really is. Thanks everyone for watching, and hopefully we'll be back next year.
Bye. See you later.